Hey everybody, we're back with more Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. And joining me once again is ChanceEm Gaming.
Heya.
ChanceEm, what are your predictions for today?
Oh boy. So this is where I mentioned that I do not remember this section of the game, and I forgot to look up stuff yesterday because life got away from me.
Mm-hmm.
So now I get to go step over and grab the guide real quick.
Cool stuff.
What are your predictions?
Well, we defeated Daisoju last week, the second fiend.
Our second Skelly boy.
Yeah, the second of the Skelly boys, the Skelly priest. And my thought with that is, okay, we have another candelabra. Why don't we go and check out the Labyrinth of Amala's first Kapla? So, like, I think it'd be a good idea to go and do that. So let's go into the Labyrinth of Amala.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Did you check out the clip I sent you last week of the fight with Daisoju?
Mm-hmm.
We got lucky with that. If it hadn't been for that insane crit that did like 800 damage, I don't think I would have won that fight.
Yeah. Like, I was actually really surprised by that.
Hey, Clem.
Hey, Clem.
Bye, Clem. Alright. So, let's dive into the first Kapla. We need to do all 5 Kaplas to get the true demon ending anyway. It's the main requirement. If you look it up, people say you need to finish the Labyrinth of Amala and beat all the fiends. What it really is like you need to finish the Labyrinth of Amala, and you can't do that without beating all the fiends. Beating each fiend will give you one of the candelabra they have.
Mm-hmm.
I forget whether candelabra or candelabrum is the plural.
You know, I'm gonna look that up real quick.
This doesn't control great.
It doesn't look like it would.
It has the same problem as the movement in that there's no analog control here.
So, apparently, candelabrum is singular, candelabra is plural. However, over time, English usage changed so that candelabra is the singular and candelabras is the plural, is more common now. That's weird.
But yeah, we beat the fiends and we gain candelabra from them, and we use those to open up the Kaplas.
Mm-hmm.
That's the long-term goal. So we did actually dive into this a little bit, and then just left.
Sorry, I was trying to look up where in the guide the Kaplas begin. And
Right at
it's
the
actually
back.
like, yeah. Because my brain is just like, oh yes, you know, it should probably be earlier in the guide, forgetting that the guide actually has it set up that they're assuming you'll just do all of this all in one go at the end.
I considered it, but I think it would probably be a good idea for us to do it now. Do it as we go, while we can still gain a decent amount of experience for our level here.
I agree. Also, I feel like it helps mix things up a little bit instead of just having multiple streams in a row being the same thing over and over, essentially.
It's a fair point. Though the design of the Kaplas does differ as you go further down.
Yeah.
The specific level aesthetic of this reminds me of old school SMT.
I can definitely see that.
Hmm.
Oh, hi.
Demons are killed by you-know-who.
You know who?
Oh, it's me.
Voldemort?
No, it's me.
Oh. I knew. I was just messing.
I'm not renaming myself to make the anagram. Hello. Well, currently, I guess I still have humanity. Okay, but what if I say I'm a demon then?
Apparently, this is the Vice President of the United States.
Okay. Alright, so that character will give you hints on where the fiends are when they're active.
Interesting.
Because Daisoju, like we saw last time, Daisoju isn't actually what we had to do. Daisoju was optional, at least for the moment. The big part of the reason why Matador is considered to be like a wall is because he isn't optional. So you've got the introduction to the fiends, and they don't really pull the punches with that, and you can't avoid it. On the day that we fell from heaven, time came to a halt for us. It remained unchanging, like the still of night. Demons await the Master's words, his proclamation of a new beginning. Okay. That's something that'll probably make sense on a replay.
Probably.
Punch.
Which actually brings to mind something. How many RPGs and stuff nowadays have stuff that is more like you get additional content on New Game Plus?
I feel like quite a lot of RPGs have New Game Plus these days.
But I mean, like, you have new side quests, new additional story content, and stuff like that if you start a game on a New Game Plus.
Not a huge amount, I don't think. I feel like a lot of RPGs want you to get as much out of it as you can in the first playthrough.
Because I feel like older RPGs actually had more content like that.
Even then, I wouldn't say like a lot of older RPGs really have that. Especially with New Game Plus not being all that common. Shin Megami Tensei's almost always had it. But that's mostly been in the form of super bosses that can only be challenged on New Game Plus.
Well, I was thinking of it in the context of SMP as well as Tales, because Tales actually has it. At least I remember the older games do.
I've never beaten the older Tales. The oldest Tales game I have beaten is probably Zillia.
Wow.
I never beat Grace's F. I stopped in one of the almost final dungeons. I have Symphonia, but I've not done it. Same with Vesperia. We tried Abyss, but that didn't work out.
Unfortunately.
And I started Eternia, but never really did anything with it.
I actually haven't played Eternia. Well, I watched someone play like the first hour of it. That's about my only context. Because
Speaking... Oh, go on.
I was gonna say trying to find an English PS1 copy is hell, And trying to import a PSP copy is frustrating because of the game-breaking glitch. But as you were saying?
Oh, hey, it's Dr. Dark again. I guess. Did you see the link I put in the Discord in the modding channel?
I feel like I did, but let me double check that real quick.
Alright, I want to finish exploring this floor before we go down.
Are you talking about the English patch?
Yeah, for Destiny Director's Cut.
Yep. I've been following that a little bit. And I saw that it was like 99.7 or something like that percent last time I checked into it. Like they were basically just missing a few skits and stuff. On an interesting note, a different fan translation group actually posted a very, very early patch for Destiny 2 today. And when I say very early patch, I mean they only have 5% of the game translated.
Ooh.
But it is interesting to know that, like, people are still translating these older games that were never released outside of Japan.
There's always a demand for them. It's one of the things that brings up the question of, like, why don't the publishers themselves do it?
And it's even more hilarious for Destiny for two reasons. One, they recently did a poll talking about, like, what is the most, like, highest selling game in each country. And Destiny took #1 in Japan by, like, a huge number.
Oh.
And their response when they saw that was, maybe we should release, you know, Destiny outside of Japan.
Destiny 1?
Yes. Because, they've actually re-released it a number of times in Japan. But the only version of it outside of Japan is the PS1 version. There is the rumor that we might get a release of it at the beginning of next year, but...
For the anniversary?
Yeah. Have no idea about that.
I think it wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, look at how well something like the Collection of Mana did. And, like, then Square put out the Collection of Saga, which was less appealing, I feel, because, you know, I think it had the same price point, but it was 3 Game Boy games.
Oof.
Yeah, I feel like the better idea would have been, like, to do the remakes of Saga 2 and Saga 3, which were Japan only on the DS.
On that same regard, that made me realize something. One, because I recently imported Ace Attorney Chronicles. Well, I don't have it yet. It's still in the process of getting over here. Just shipping at the moment. But for like $33, I get 3 Ace Attorney games on PS4. And for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, it's going to be 2 games for $40 when it comes out. And it just kind of has the realization of, like, how many games you can actually get for cheaper, while all these other companies are just like, here's 1 game for like $60 if it's a remake or a port thing.
Nocturne.
Zelda.
Yeah, you know, Zelda is also a really good example, and Nintendo has done that more often.
Yep.
But, you know, in Nintendo's favour, they're not re-releasing Skyward Sword with extra DLC.
Yep.
Yeah, think how bad things have to be for me to take Nintendo's side.
Yep. On the point of Nintendo, though, did you see information recently about how the Switch Pro is coming this year and might be about $400?
Yeah, I've seen stuff pop up about it now and then. I don't pay any attention to the rumours because those rumours have been there for like 3 years.
Very fair. My main concern I keep attention to for the rumors is there's all these rumors about this, and we haven't heard anything about Breath of the Wild 2 in a while.
Yeah.
I just tongue-twisted myself.
I've got kind of a similar concern with SMT5.
That is also a very fair point.
It's supposed to have a worldwide simultaneous launch this year. We've had 2 trailers for it.
And now this just makes me circle back thinking about Tales of Arise, about how it's like, oh yeah, it's going to be released in 2020, and now, because 2020, it's like September 2021. I'm wondering if SMT5 will get a delay as well.
I hope not. It's entirely possible Atlas is holding back more news of it until they've finished getting Nocturne HD out. Interesting.
I do find the environment in this area kind of interesting, because like you have all this like nice setup stuff, which I've commented on it before, that this area reminds me of like how I've seen some convention centers set up, as far as like the floor and the walls. You have like this kind of like neat, and I mean that in the sense of like tidy, setup, and then you have stairs that look like they're kind of organic, and you have doors like the one that was just locked that look organic in a sense.
Yeah. There's the interesting implication with this area that it's supposed to be a recreation of heaven.
So what you're telling me is that heaven looks like a very confusing office building?
Shin Megami Tensei would be the weirdest thing. Heatwave. Fuck.
Ooh, painful.
Yeah, Naga's got that weakness to fire.
I mean, it makes sense to be weak to fire. Fire is kind of painful.
It is also cold-blooded.
Yeah.
Presumably the snake person.
I was gonna make a joke about all the idiots in the US lately with their gas. I've seen so many articles this week about people accidentally catching their houses on fire and vehicles on fire because they've been storing gas inside of plastic bags.
Yeah, that was You think, like, people can't get dumber. You can't be surprised by just how dumb people are anymore, and then that shit happens.
Yep. It's just one of those things of like, okay, say that, you know, this wasn't going to cause any problems. My question now is, how are you going to get it out of the bag once you need to use it?
The best thing I saw for that was, someone was like, yeah, these people will not take the vaccine because they think it's unsafe. And they're there storing gasoline in plastic bags.
Yeah.
That fight did me absolutely no favours.
Oh my god, Clem. When you say straw, the first thing gonna think is that they're gonna just like puncture it like a Capri Sun and start drinking it.
That makes me think of one of the old Simpsons episodes where the school is being particularly cheap. And so they take the kids on a field trip, and while they're on the field trip, Otto has to suck gas out of rival school buses.
Oh my god.
And he gives Otto a mint to help it go down. But Otto eats the mint before he starts sucking the gas out.
This is where I have the thing of like people make a comment of like, oh yeah, Simpsons predicts the future, and I'm like, or are we just going down such a level of parody of ourselves that it's predictable?
Yeah, Simpsons was never about prediction. It was, this is some really dumb shit, and it's funny because these people are idiots. And then people started being idiots. And that's really just how this whole thing has gone.
Mm-hmm.
And people are making light of it with like, yeah, no, Simpsons predicted this, Simpsons predicted that. And it's really more a case of, no, Simpsons made a joke and they never expected anybody to be dumb enough to do this in real life.
Exactly.
Fucking penis demon.
You say that, but we haven't even gotten to Mara yet.
Is Mara in this game?
That is a good question. Let me flip through the guide real quick. I like how I opened the guide to the monster section, and the first page I opened to is Incubus. Good job, Self.
Nocturne really wants you to see the Incubus.
It's like, stop showing me demon dick. Jeez.
No, that's what you were here for, right?
No, see, we're a demon who is a dick because we're fighting God. I'm not here to see demon dick. There's a difference.
I'm not a dick for guy fighting God. God started it. I need a key.
I mean, some people might disagree with that.
Well, like I say, God started it. This isn't exactly me just going out and being like, hey, God, fuck you. Yeah, people really need to stop panic buying. Just like the mass purchases of everything in both panic buying and scalping, because it is very much the same thing as people buying stuff in bulk, expecting a shortage of such later, so they can sell what they pre-bought at like, higher prices.
Yeah.
And there needs to be something done about that kind of shit. The fun times of seeing all the stories about people trying to take all the toilet roll they bought back because people were not buying toilet roll at stupid high prices.
Well, it's funny about that because I know in the US at least there is there's a law of some kind that you can't do that during an emergency. I know because somebody did it with like tons of hand sanitizer and some other stuff at the beginning of the pandemic, and they ended up getting busted, and they found like $17,000 worth of supplies in their garage that the dude was trying to sell for like $50,000.
God damn.
That like if your state has a state of emergency in effect, you literally cannot do that. It is illegal. Of course, that then falls into the case of like where we are now, where they're just kind of like, oh, pandemic's been around long enough, we're not actually in a state of emergency anymore.
Yeah, I think this is just normal.
Yeah.
People have been dying enough that now it's just normal.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting absolutely nowhere right here. Brings back memories. I don't know, I mean, we've said previously that, like, there's something about the dungeon design of this era that's just really appealing. And there is very much a thought in my head of, like, I'd rather play a dungeon like this where it feels like I'm getting absolutely nowhere than something like every dungeon in Tales of Xillia.
I feel that. I really do feel that, because I know when you popped into one of my Tales of Berseria streams, you were like, wow, this looks like Xillia, and I'm just like, yeah, the dungeon designs really haven't changed. And
I mean, it's not entirely fair to only harp on Berseria for that. After I was like, yeah, you know, this reminds me of like early SMT games with the very angular design that looks like it was meant to be gone through in the old first-person style. I don't know, like the old style just feels better. The old first-person style feels better than what Xillia and Berseria do.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is like this actually feels more organic, if that makes sense. In the sense of it feels more intriguing, more compelling, rather than this is actually kind of just a hallway that we're pretending looks like something else. Meanwhile, this looks like a hallway, but actually makes you think about where you have to go.
That actually might be a fair point. Like, look at how many different routes we've taken and how many of them went nowhere so far. And into this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like, I'm thinking of a very specific dungeon in Xillia, but like all of them were like this. The ice caves.
Yes.
Where there was one path, and then there was one route that went off that, where you would go for a little while to get an item, and then go back to the main path.
Yeah.
Like, there was no maze or anything to it. And maybe the problem is that they give you an already completed map. Ah, fuck.
That's actually kind of a fair point.
Gone to demon jail again. You know, I forgot about just how horrible the Kaplas are gonna be. Because of course they're going to bring out the classic SMT stuff. Like, look at that. That's a hole.
Yep.
That's a hidden hole.
Yep.
How do you find the hidden holes? You step on them and fall through them.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
So I flipped through this entire demon log, I suppose, in the guide, and I don't think Mara is actually in this game.
You know what, let me do a very comprehensive check here. Hit Pyro Jerk. Because if I just check the wiki, it'll tell me what games he appears in.
That's very true.
Yeah. I don't want to ask you
I would hope
because of your internet.
I would hope that the guide would actually be complete in that regard, but, you know. Wouldn't be the first time a guide has missed something.
Yeah, I know FF7's guide missed a few things. But my thought is that you might have overlooked it just going through all the demons. You see how often I miss stuff like that. There we go. Nocturne as an optional boss.
Oh. That might be why it wasn't in this particular section. It might be in a different section.
Oh, here we go. An incomplete, slimy form of Mara appears when Baphomet summons him during a full Kagetsuchi phase in Shibuya at the request of two impatient mannequins, and the ritual fails due to the mannequins rushing Baphomet.
Interesting.
Oh, we're going to be fighting him.
Oh, nice.
He drops a Magatama.
Nice. We gotta get our worms from our dick dude.
Incomplete dick dude. Yeah, the ribbon. I don't think like the specific thing I remember from the FF7 official guide is the accessory list isn't complete. Like it doesn't list at any point sprint shoes.
You know, I have the Final Fantasy VII guide. Let me see.
Like you go to the back and they've got the full list of accessories, and sprint shoes aren't on that list.
Yep, I accidentally grabbed Final Fantasy VIII. I know I have Final Fantasy VII. There it is.
I don't have an official guide for 8. I have an unofficial guide that just sits on my shelf, like a pocketbook
I have
kind
the
of thing.
official. I have a number of official guides. I kind of miss when they were more prevalent.
Yeah.
Because some of them have some really cool stuff in them.
I might have a PDF of it.
I actually got my copy of Final Fantasy VIII brand new. And I got it back in like 2008. I was surprised like a bookstore was selling it brand new still.
Oh yeah, here we
I was
go.
like, how long has this been on this shelf?
Brady
Alright.
Games official guide by David Cassidy. The ultimate guide for the ultimate game. Which, then we played it, we found out it wasn't true.
Yeah. I do like Final Fantasy VIII, but there are some issues with it.
Yeah. I last went through it before you joined us, and I had complaints. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine.
And yeah, you're right. It is missing that.
First appearance of Flamus. First appearance in this stream.
Alright.
God damn it. But yeah, there was something too, guys. I was thinking about game magazines specifically recently, which kind of fall under a similar idea. I miss video game magazines.
I do too. I was actually thinking about that recently too. Namely because something I started looking into this last week was looking up some old stuff I used to have prior to selling off a lot of my belongings a few years ago. And something I remembered was like the collection of Nintendo Power magazines I used to have. Like, because somebody asked the question of what was it like for Tales fans getting ready for when Tales of Symphonia dropped on GameCube, because thinking back to it, that's like almost 20 years ago now, which makes me feel really old.
Yeah, it's like 2003, isn't it?
It was 2003 in Japan, 2004 outside Japan.
It's always crazy to remember that games still came out on the GameCube after 2004.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the answer to that would be like, oh yeah, what was it like for a Tales fan getting ready for Symphonia's release in the US? Like, there were no Tales fans.
But, before I lose one particular train of thought, I think the last GameCube game that officially came out was actually in 2008.
Is it a FIFA game?
It was one of the sports games.
Yeah, it's always a sports game. Except for Nintendo 64. I think the last game that came out for that was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3.
But, like, leading up to Tales of Symphonia, because Tales of Symphonia was the first Tales game I ever played on GameCube.
It was the only Tales game on GameCube.
I mean, you're not wrong. But it was the first Tales game I ever played.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out about it because of Nintendo Power. I found out about it because of Nintendo Power about 3 months before it came out. And I remember being, like, really excited for it, and I shared it with like, I remember taking the magazine to school and sharing it with, a friend of mine that I knew was also into video games and RPGs, and was like, "Look at this game coming out. They said it's an RPG, you know, and it looks really cool. Look at this art and everything." Back in middle school days.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of like an experience you don't really get anymore. By the way, Chrono, do you know the floor looks like lava?
Well, there's a reason for that, ChanceEm. This room is full of damage tiles.
Yeah, I figured that. Ow. 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 That looks painful. Gee, you look worn out. Ow. What can you do that impression?
No, absolutely not. They will take me back to the beginning of the Kalpa.
Huh.
If you're aware of that, it's a pretty good way to get out again. But if you're using it as a rest point, like, you'll be taken straight back, and that's not what you'll be after.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you aren't aware of that, you're probably going to, like, scream. And be like, oh yes, sure, let's use this as a heal. Gets teleported out of the Kapla, and it's just like, excuse me, what?
Ignore me, will you? Okay, it's immune to physical.
It also likes to give itself half turns.
Yeah. I can die. Like the worst one. Okay, and I guess Mazan. There we go. I forget if that guy is weak to all magic to compensate for being immune to physical.
I can double check that real quick.
Because there are plenty of demons that are not weak to anything, despite being immune to physical. Alright, where am I? Okay, you know what this says to me? It says to me that's going to be a pitfall tile. And it wasn't nice. Awesome. I always liked that. There it is.
Yep. It's like one way or another, there is one. And it's gonna get you.
There's probably a skill somewhere that I should walk over damage tiles without getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, like, is it worth the skill space? That Demon Seller might have that, actually.
So, to answer your question about that particular enemy, it repels ice and voids physical, expel, and death, but it is weak to everything else.
Okay, there we go. So we're not really in danger of dying immediately unless the game pulls some bullshit in this area.
Yeah.
However, I think it's worth saying just how dangerous this area has been, though.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first 5.
Well, I mean, what level are you right now in the game?
34.
34. And Nocturne level cap.
255.
That's what I thought. My brain was kind of blanking on how to phrase that question.
Nocturne level cap is? Like, you only needed one more word.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's head back up.
Well, I think what I was trying to phrase it as is the level cap doesn't stop at 99.
No. The number stops at 99, but you do still level up. Which I think is specifically for the sake of mastering the Magatama.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely. Oh, that was a bad idea. Oh, we got fortunate. Raiju dodged it.
Nice.
And everybody was weak to Zan. Or rather, it's not that Raiju dodged it, it's that Raiju didn't get hit with it because shock is a random.
Hmm.
If he dodged it, we would have lost the turn.
That is a very good point.
I guess pass. That's frustrating. You see?
That is! Oh my god. Like, my brain didn't register, it's like, even though it's shocked, that why that would be frustrating, even though we were just talking about the fact that it voids physical.
Level 35. I think my strength run is definitely doing us some good right now.
Yeah, I think so too. We confirmed that this was going to be the strength boner run anyway.
Yes. This game could do with having the map on screen.
That is one thing that kind of I do find frustrating with older games that use the compass system. And that is in addition to newer RPGs that I do appreciate, where they have the map in that corner instead.
It's like, what use is the compass?
The only thing that would make sense to me for it would be like if you're actually following a guide and the guide says go to this point and then go east.
Well,
It's
then
like, oh,
you could have that
okay.
with a map anyway if the map didn't turn.
That is very fair.
Quite fortunate that the damage tiles aren't taking off a huge amount. Okay, so you do the heal. And let's take care of business. And Zio for the last one. I don't think this is even a good amount of experience per fight. Like, if we'd stayed here earlier, sure, but I don't think it is now.
Do you want to continue in the Kapla, or do you want to head out?
Well, it's better now than it will be later.
Very fair.
Hello. Okay. Well, you know, I'm just glad you didn't do that to Naga. Definitely heal yourself, goddamn. Ah, that's not good. That was fortunate. Ooh. And look what Unicorn just learned. Wait a minute, does Patra...
Interesting.
Patra doesn't take care of Charm in this game, god damn it. Yeah, because I remember we had that concern earlier.
Mm-hmm. I forgot that it doesn't affect Charm in this game.
And it's me getting confused with Digital Devil Saga.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And that's a whole... This is just how I'm doing these games, to make sure everything is marked down properly on the map.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring you were trying to do.
Ah, yeah. I don't even have a good magic stat, but Tornado is great. Of course, the problem with not focusing on magic stat is that we don't really have much MP. Not usually an issue, but like it depends. Oh, stream's dying.
Oof.
That's not good.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting some frame issues on my side.
Hmm. Let me try resetting this.
Okay.
And try and work the internet. Okay, and go live. Go live. You still with me, ChanceEm?
I'm still here.
Awesome.
I'm just trying to keep up and see how it is on the Twitch side of things.
Nothing should be going through to the Twitch side at the minute, because it hasn't
Yeah,
been.
on the Twitch side. Yeah, on the Twitch side, I just have a black screen.
Update settings. There it is, that's better. And the bitrate's looking better now, so that should be good. Alright, what was I saying? Remember what I was saying, Chance?
Honestly, no, my brain dropped it.
That's fair enough. I thought that one would be a pitfall. And I'm almost as far from the door as you can get.
Gotta play the pain game.
Phew. It's a good thing I'm currently immune to electric, because two of the rest of the party aren't.
Yeah.
Oh, that was it about the MP.
Oh yeah, we're talking about MP.
Like, it's all well and good with the focus on the physical. Shit.
Yeah, that's kind of painful.
It's all well and good with the focus on the physical, but the downside is, by not having anything really in magic, that we don't have much MP, and so we burn through it really quickly.
Yeah, I can see where that's a big problem, especially as you learn like later skills and stuff too. Because the higher level stuff will like eat your magic in one go almost.
It's not even just the higher level stuff, like Fog Breath, 30 MP. And we got that specifically to use against Matador.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 30 MP that early, so I think we were able to cast it 3 times. I have 132 max MP right now. We've not been through that door. I thought that was the door I came in through, but it's not. Oh, that looks dangerous.
Just a little. But hey, there's a treasure chest over there.
Lifestone. Deathstone.
I like how one gives you life and the other gives you death.
Alright, here we go.
It's like, that's not ominous.
Alright, so we can go deeper now.
Nice.
That was the door that was blocked off. Okay. This is probably a pitfall. Why was I checking out that door? Right.
And there's a pitfall. But hey, treasure, maybe? In front
Yeah,
of you?
and not in the damage section.
Yeah.
Plus, that means there's no way to that door that I was looking at. Which means this has to lead to that door. Yep. So the only way to get out of here is to drop down into the damaged floors. Yeah, kill Pyro Jack. I'd like to keep counter, ideally, but you know at some point there's gonna be a point where it becomes a liability.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being a liability.
Sweet. I got the positioning right.
Nice.
They attack you. Ah, crap. I didn't realize Naga absorbs electric.
I hadn't realized that either.
So let's take care of that problem. So, anything going on in the gaming news that interests you, ChanceEm?
Honestly, I've been like trying to think over things that I've seen recently. And I know, well, there's two things from Square Enix that I've seen in the last week. One, they actually posted a video of what the opening scene for Neo: The World Ends With You is.
Oh.
And it feels, I know a lot of people are hyped for it, but for me specifically, it feels off. Like it doesn't have the same feeling that the original Tui has. But that's just my personal opinion. The other thing, and I don't play Final Fantasy XIV, but apparently from what I have heard over the last few days, Final Fantasy XIV players are winning at the moment.
Yeah, the FanFest was over the weekend, and there's a release date now for the next expansion.
Yeah, and apparently male bunny boys are a thing.
Yeah, I remember people were complaining that that wasn't a thing when they introduced them in the last expansion.
But yeah, that's like the main thing I've seen from people is that you now have male bunny boys. And it's brought the whole like joke of, oh, don't you know the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV free up to level 60? I've been seeing that so many places because some people have been saying that they are wanting to get into the game purely because of the fact that you can play as a male bunny boy now.
Well, cost-wise, Final Fantasy XIV isn't too bad to pick up. The issue is really just the running, the ongoing subscription. But in terms of its actual cost to get the game and all of its expansions, it's not that bad, and it never really has been.
I know another thing somebody made a comment of that was like, when you want your friend to get into Final Fantasy XIV, but you know that you won't really be able to talk a whole lot about the story until 6 months from now. Because of like how much content it apparently has.
Yeah. I mean, if you're into ongoing stories, there's a lot there and it's good stuff. I'm not into ongoing stories. I like my stories to end.
I feel that. It's a part of why I'm actually kind of struggling in regards to gacha games. Because I don't really spend a whole lot of money on gacha. I think out of all the gachas I've ever played, maybe at most I've spent 100 between all of them. And this is going back about 6 years worth of time. So it's not like I just dropped $100 on one thing, you know? But in regards of gacha stuff, that does bring me to something else I have heard about recently. And it's the thing that the company behind Tales of Asteria, which is also behind Tales of Cristoria, filed for bankruptcy.
Ooh.
Yeah, and Tales of Asteria is a Japanese-only Tales gacha game that's been running for 7 years now, which 7 years for a gacha surprises me. And they're looking to pass off the game to another company. The part of the company that does Tales of Cristoria apparently, supposedly, isn't affected by the bankruptcy. I don't fully understand how that works, but that's what I read. And And I feel there is still the thing of like Christoria is in a negative profit margin. And I feel some companies didn't think things through all the way when they decided to release certain games in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah. Every game's been successful except, you know, the ones that you have to go out and spend a lot on.
Mm-hmm.
Great time for Genshin Impact to come out.
That is something that's actually kind of surprising for me. Because Genshin Impact came out around September of last year. Because it came out after I got my PS4, and I got my PS4 in September. I know because I went and I downloaded it, but I've never loaded it up or played it. So it's just kind of sitting on my PS4 like I'm here. I'm just like, yeah, you're there.
But you've also got games you've paid for that you haven't played.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But also on that same regard, it's difficult to keep up with multiple games that are like, oh yeah, you have to check in every single day. There's an event during only this specific time. And it's like, I don't have enough time in my life to do this for multiple games.
Yeah. I feel like if I'm ever at a point where I have to be considered about that, the response will basically be to just shut down and either not play games or start playing games that are 20 years old.
Yeah, I feel that, because honestly, I started Animal Crossing New Horizons about 2 weeks ago or so. And I have barely played any of my gacha games since then. I've only been able to pay attention to New Horizons because it is also a time-based game, and in New Horizons, I can't change the clock like I could on older games. So it's not like I can really like choose when to play it. At least if I want to experience all the stuff in the game.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't like the idea of a game that decides when you get to play it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Clem, I am so sorry. I had that happen to me once with Final Fantasy IX. And I know for Final Fantasy IX, I was at the end of the 3rd disc when that happened to me. But, oh, I feel that pain. Holy crap.
You're on PS Plus, aren't you, Clem? Don't you have the saves automatically backed up? Actually, that's a fair point. The saves are usually contained separately from the game data. Aren't they? I don't know. They're not on Vita. That pissed me off. One of the reasons why I first got PS Plus, like, hey, yeah, no, if you delete any of these games, you're also deleting the save data. You want to back it up? Cool. Give the money.
Well, at least you still had the save data and you don't have all that. It sucks that you'll have to do the boss again, though.
Well, we found something. Is this peephole gonna take us to the same place?
Alright, let's see what we're doing here. Oh, that was an ominous face.
Yeah, they've been doing
Flash
that every
there.
time we've looked into them.
I never really noticed it until today. I wonder if it was because, like, my internet was choppy previously.
Possibly.
That's a peephole. Looks like several holes. I see that you have braved the Labyrinth of Amala and returned to Candelabra.
Yes.
I am confident that you will recover the remaining candelabras too. Ugh, I'm getting tongue twisted.
Well, there you go. Candelabrum is singular, candelabra is plural.
Yep. You must be cautious, though. The fiends that stole the candelabra are unique and powerful demons.
One of a kind.
Now think about it. This all started because of one man who caused the conception in the previous world.
Me and Hikawa.
The conception. Because of it, the Vortex world was born. Kagasushi... The words. I can speak.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti, the source of light and power for this world.
No, Magetsu was the spaghetti.
I know, but still.
Actually,
Out of context, that's great.
I did actually get a little confused with that.
You, who once lived as a human, must be wandering this world without any understanding.
Pretty much, but you know, I've got my fists.
To show you my appreciation for returning the candelabrum, I would like to share with you my knowledge on the Vortex world and Kagasuchi.
Okay. The moment of conception.
Kagasuchi is the light whose sole purpose is to empower the one who will oversee creation. Creation is the act of bringing the world into existence, made possible by the annihilation of the old world. Kagasuchi will allow a life of its choosing to determine the course of the new world. There must be those in Tokyo who yearn to be chosen by Kagasuchi in order to realize their vision. The shape of the world to come depends on who is chosen and what their reason is. In the vast Amala universe, this Vortex world is not the only place where creation occurs. Kagasuchi rises, matures, and falls in countless other places. There are millions, no, billions of worlds that you are unaware of, and they all experience the cycle of death and rebirth.
Well, multiverse theory is real.
Into the Demi-Fiend verse? Into the Megami verse?
Megaten, definitely. But it would explain how you can have SMT 1 and 2 on one timeline, then Nocturne, and then something like Digital Devil Saga, and then Devil Survivor, and SMT 4 and Strange Journey, while still having them all connect.
It's like everything this light touches is our kingdom. Don't
Only
sue me,
this
Disney.
light, not any other lights.
That is the way of Amala, as determined by the Great Will. With my master, I have watched how myriads of people come into being, how life prospered in those worlds.
Erats?
Are you telling me that like my southern upbringing has been telling me the wrong way to pronounce a word?
Myrats? Really? I always heard it read as myriads.
Well, I guess this is where I have to admit that apparently the southern U.S. doesn't have the best education system. God damn. This whole stream, like this whole series is just me learn.
And then ChanceEm left. Did Discord fail? Oh, I don't think it's Discord. I think it's me. Are we back?
Nope. Can you hear?
There we go.
Hey.
Yeah, you went quiet during your rant, and I was like, oh, has ChanceEm left us? And then I noticed the bitrate was 0.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you dropped on my side, but I haven't actually seen stream drop.
I managed to get back fairly quickly. But again, it was one of those things, if Discord didn't tell me that anything had happened, it's just that whole thing of RTC disconnected, but I'm still in the call, which means I have to leave and rejoin the call to get it going again.
Oh, that is so frustrating. But yeah, I was just making a joke about how this whole series has basically been me learning that the southern U.S. School system has taught me how to pronounce words wrong my entire life, and I feel my life is a lie.
Oh, you think that's bad? Because of my overexposure to American media, I don't have a consistent pronunciation of a lot of words.
Oh my god.
The English and the American ones. I don't know which is which, and I get confused between the two a lot.
That's something I never would have thought would be a problem.
It's kind of awkward.
I'm guessing me reading this line also didn't go through.
Yes.
Alright.
Yes, it didn't go through.
Okay. No, it was just weird on your side for a moment. Like your audio like went kind of strange, so I was waiting to see if it was like an issue on my side or whatnot. But I'll go ahead and read the line.
Oh, okay.
And how? Meanwhile, Karno is going to provide like throat vocals in the background. And how they were destroyed in the end. All that time, seeking the answer to the unanswerable question. Why is a world reborn? Because Final Fantasy XIV wanted it.
That's because Final Fantasy XIV was garbage. Like, 14 is such a weird case. Like, yeah, no, 14 is garbage, so we're going to completely remake the game while it's in service. And they completely remade the game, and The Realm Reborn was, like, one of the best MMOs.
It is really strange, like... Well, how about I'll touch on that after we finish this cutscene.
Yeah, we'll probably have a lot of wandering to do where nothing else will be coming up.
Yeah. Now, we may be on the verge of finding the answer. I'm sure Igus will be happy about that.
We're never going to be doing the answer on this stream.
And it is your actions which hold the key. Please retrieve the remaining candelabra as soon as possible, and then come see my master. My master has high hopes for you.
My hat has high hopes for you.
The fallen angel has bestowed upon you great strength. Do not lose your life and let this gift be in vain.
Oh, that's an interesting turn of phrase.
Yeah, do not lose your life.
Oh no, not that.
I mean,
the fallen angel has bestowed upon you strength.
Yes, that part I also noticed. I just thought it was kind of funny the way that they phrased "do not die."
And the capital goes on.
Yep.
Alright, so what were we talking about?
So with Final Fantasy XIV, I saw it actually, like, it was being mentioned recently because, of course, the new expansion has a release date now.
Mm.
But it's the whole thing of, like, excuse me, with Metacritic, I think the original Final Fantasy XIV had, like, a score of 53. And then A Realm Reborn came out, and that got a score of, like, I think it was, like, 74 or something. And then, I forget which one came after that. Heavensward?
Heavensward, yeah.
Yeah. And then, like, that one went up to, like, 79. And then Shadowbringers was, like, 80-something. And it's, like, it's kind of amazing, like, how this game that was so horribly acclaimed suddenly turned around and became one of the best entries in the series.
Well, that's why I say remade, because it's not like they fixed Final Fantasy XIV, they made a new game.
Mm-hmm.
And a compass to the fallen angel. Do you know what cause you serve? Do you realize which path your actions are leading you down? I have watched your every move from above. You have been seduced by darkness, and now you are about to defy God's will. Chrono, the one with a demon's body and a human heart. Heed my warning. End your dealings with the fallen angel before your heart is consumed by darkness. Now, woe unto you, for you can no longer discern good from evil. In this land where demons of chaos dwell, the last of your humanity will eventually be lost. I pray that you return to your world and rid yourself of darkness before it is too late. Before God's vengeance strikes this cursed land. Fucking angels.
Jeez. I'm just, like, getting this mental image of, like, God just sort of chilling and being like, oh yeah, there's demons and shit going on down there, but I ain't gonna do it. And then, like, you appear and he's like, oh shit, now I have to do something.
Have you ever done any of the older S&T games? Have you ever seen them all the way through?
I have not actually seen the older ones all the way through.
Generally, the implication is that God has gone mad.
I figured as such.
But the angels are still bound to his will.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always the case. Stuff like, okay, I can't just make an exit from here. Interesting. Stuff like Devil Survivor. Devil Survivor's lore route is actually quite hopeful. Siding with the angels.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to, you know, incredibly fascist. Which it usually is.
Yeah. Devil Survivor is one that I never fully finished. I got to the 3rd day, and then, like, with everything else I feel and explains, like, why I drop a game, it's just life got busy and then new games came out.
I don't think it's necessarily a spoiler to say that the angels aren't complete monsters in Devil Survivor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and maybe it is actually a little bit.
I mean, it's still a thing of, like, I need to go through and do it actually for myself, but...
I said I did it. Oh, there goes the internet again. Okay, I didn't know what that... Didn't know I could do that. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, stream should be back now. Now I just have to reconnect with ChanceEm. There we go.
There we go. I was about to type that I think you might need to reset Discord.
Yeah, it wouldn't reconnect on its own. It was like, yeah, no, give us a minute, we'll reconnect. It's like, okay. You're not reconnecting
And then you're
now.
just like, okay.
Yeah, I noticed the connection died again just as I jumped into the stream, the little the tunnel thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So what were we saying?
What I was about to say, I stopped when I noticed that the audio went quiet because I was like, oh. But we've mentioned it before on stream about how SMT typically is good about making it so that, like, chaos path isn't evil per se and law path isn't good per se. That normally there's, like, differences to both sides. And
the problem
normally, like,
is
a neutral path.
Primarily in the extremes.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have more you wanted to say about that?
We were talking about in context of like Devil Survivor and stuff, and you were saying about how you didn't think it was a spoiler to say that the angels were actually not fascist in Devil Survivor. And then it was like, oh, but maybe that is a spoiler for Devil Survivor, and I was just adding on about how normally it's not clear cut.
Yeah.
For S&T.
Alright, let's heal everybody. So that's the first capital done. It took us like an hour and a half. We have one candelabrum that we took from Daisoju. The second capital requires 2.
Alright.
So until the next fiend turns up, there's not much more we can do there.
Yeah.
So, if you remember last time, the Assembly of Nihilo had set all the Kagetsuchi, all the Magatsuki to be drained from the Mantra headquarters.
Yes. That I remember. So that mean we gonna go visit our boy again?
We're gonna take a look, see what's going on with it. See if he's dead.
Yeah, it's like I know our friend is still chilling, you know, in jail here. So what's going on?
Well.
Oh, hello.
Ah, Satoshi. I heard about the trial by combat, and I thought it might be you who was the winner. Getting here was tough to say the least, but I'm glad I made it. Satoshi, there's something I want to tell you. I decided to play by the rules of this world. You know what the purpose of this new world is, right? I want to try my hand at the creation.
Well, it's a good thing we just learned about that.
I think we learned about it from Hikawa as well.
Yeah, but I feel like the lady in black just gave us like a little bit more detail about it.
Yeah, more of an objective viewpoint of it. You probably think I'm crazy. But I remembered that voice. That voice I heard when the world changed. You must have heard it too, Satoshi, since you survived.
It was like, nah, I was too busy getting these sweet tats.
Yeah, it was kind of painful. After we went our separate ways, I started thinking. Not just about what I have to do in this world, but why the world has ended up like this. Now, what did you say, ChanceEm?
I was saying she started thinking and like the background turned white and now it looks like we're in school. Make you started thinking about school?
It makes me think of the Expanse in SMT4. And then I realized that there were too many unnecessary things occupying the previous world. You know, I think I'm not going to rely on a teenage girl to decide the recreation of the world.
I wouldn't trust a teenager regardless. It's like, I know like anime and all that is all like, oh yes, you know, we're gonna have our main characters be teenagers, but I'm just sitting here like, man, now that I'm older, I'm just like, I wouldn't trust that type of decision to a teenager regardless.
Yeah. I say teenage girl because she's a teenage girl.
Yeah.
If Sammy turns around and says the same thing, I'm going to say teenage boy.
Yeah, I'm just also going to say I wouldn't trust anyone whose entire outfit is just made of jeans. Sorry, but I'm not here for the jutes and the jorts.
In my new world, everybody will be wearing denim all the time. Condoms will be made of denim.
That is terrifying.
That's my new world.
No. I'm gonna have to put my foot down and say no.
Well, I guess we have to be enemies now.
You brought this on yourself with your dress or your dress. How do
So-
I put a J on that?
Dress. Dress.
It sounds like you're
Dress.
just saying dress
It
with
does,
a D.
yeah.
That is no.
So
you
is this
and
gonna...
your jorts and your jutes and your jacket. I can't change that one. You could just walk on off because no.
Is this going to be new headcanon now that Chiaki's reason is denim?
I think so.
Yeah. Alright.
Everything will be denim. That is Chiaki's reason.
There were lots of things and lots of people, but nobody knew was being made. Time passed and nothing changed. The PS2 came out and nothing changed. What do you mean we're in 3D now? What the world really needed, it was not getting. More denim. We ran out of denim. It's true that I lost everything. It was the saddest thing I could imagine. But I
We ran out of
survived the
denim.
conception. I was chosen. That's what I'm going to believe, and now I have to look forward. I mean, she really wasn't chosen. She was in the right place at the right time because of a connection to me.
Yeah, and I find it funny that she's like, I was chosen. Meanwhile, we're over here half demon with new tattoos.
Yeah.
It's like
Arrogance.
you're like nothing about her has changed, and meanwhile we're literally just like glow in the dark boy over here with a dorsal fin on our neck.
It's like, I'm not even thinking of chosen by the kid to bear a Magatama and become a demi-fiend. We were in the hospital to see the teacher. The teacher wanted to see me.
Mhm.
And the other two tagged along. You were there by chance, not by fate. I still feel a great sadness in my heart, but if I can swallow it down, endless possibilities await. The power of creation will be mine. No more school. Choose, the voice said to me. The world doesn't need any more worthless things. That's why I want to create my ideal society. A paradise ruled by the strong, the chosen, the world of Yasuga. Are they making these names up? Do you have an answer, ChanceEm?
That's what I'm actually trying to look up real quick.
Because Hikawa wanted, what was it, like Shima?
So if I have this correct, Yasuga actually translates as connection.
Okay.
Like, if I am getting this correct, like, Yasuga is a Japanese word for connection.
Mm-hmm. So it's just weird that they chose to keep the Japanese words in the localization.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of here. And it might fall into the thing of like, they were like, well, this is Japan. Let's keep things, you know, JRPG logic of gotta make them not sound English.
Hmm. It's harder to really fit into the lore-neutral chaos idea that came before it with this. Because the strong ruling sounds like chaos, but it's slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, Hikawa's sounded like law. The removal of individuality, freedom, expression. But again, is still different.
And see, I have a like reverse feeling on that in regards of like the strong ruling being a sense of like a type of law. Is obviously they're strong, they feel like they can control everyone, and the loss of like individuality being a form of chaos because you don't really know how things will go if everyone doesn't have their individuality.
But with the removal of individuality and free will, there is more control.
That is very true. Like, that's why I can see both sides of it.
It's an interesting point. Satoshi, you fought your way this far. You know what I'm saying, don't you? Yeah, that's a very good point. I fought my way this far. How did you get here?
She said it was difficult. Not that it was impossible.
How are they getting around? Like, as far as we know with Frank F. Johnson, he's getting around by just traveling through the Amala network.
I don't know. Maybe she made a... I was gonna say a car, make it with a J, but then I realized that's just a jar.
Yeah. When is a car not a car? When it's a jar. I don't see your point. That's too bad. I was hoping you'd understand. But no matter what you say, I won't change my mind. You know, it's interesting that you don't decide to try and make me understand.
Yeah, it's like, you get one choice, and you chose wrong.
It's like, okay, I don't see your point. Oh, well, my point is this.
Yeah, it is interesting that, like, she doesn't make an attempt to be like, oh, well, let me try and phrase this another way. It's like, nope, you got one choice. And you don't understand? Well, I'm not feeling like explaining further.
Yeah. I'm going to start collecting Magatsui. Honestly, I don't know where to begin. But since Yasuga is the reason of the strong, I'll see what I can do on my own first. I'm glad we had the chance to talk today. We both survived the conception. I'm sure we'll cross paths again. See you later, Satoshi. You know, I feel like it'd be smarter if you still hung out with me.
Yeah, it is really interesting that all your friends see how strong you are, how much you are actually, like, accomplishing on your own, and they're like, you know what? I'm not gonna side with you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a choice. And it's like, wouldn't it make more sense to join up with me?
It's like the way it's been going is very much a case of, oh, you survive? Well, then I can survive. But the way they say it is like, oh yeah, no, it's difficult to survive. I imagine you've had a hard time as well. It's like, yeah, but I'm also very clearly stronger than you, so why are you still going off alone?
I feel like it probably wouldn't be as weird if it showed that, like, your friends also possibly had help from demons and stuff too. Like, we obviously have made it this far because we have a team of demons with us.
And also fists.
And also fists.
But I bet you, like, neither I or ChanceEm have a strength stat of 23.
No, I don't have a strength stat of 23. I can tell you that right now.
I have a strength stat of 23. Let me do this.
Meanwhile, Chrono continues to flex his strength boner.
What I do?
You know what I do have a stat of 23 in?
What's that?
Fashion. Because, obviously Isamu is the most fashionable of all characters.
I'm not seeing the fashion stat here. It mustn't be very important.
Look, if Chiaki is going to make her world of denim, I have to fight back somehow.
I feel like it's Teenage Boy's reason for any of that. Like, yeah, no. I'm going to create a world where everything has boobs.
That is also very valid. But you know what also helps accentuate boobs? Fashion.
Lacy bras.
Yes.
Yeah. The world of lacy bras will fight the world of denim.
That is the true reason our friends are fighting. Denim versus lace.
It's so fucking dumb.
And now I understand why Chrono is going the true demon path, because he's like, wow, that is so dumb.
I mean, obviously, answer is shirtless. But I'll stand by you if you want to make a world of boobs, but like they have to be shirtless. Lacy bras? No, we can't have that. We have to fight now. $30 down low was done because it said it was. I had an issue like that with Final Fantasy 15. Because I have Final Fantasy 15 on disc. And it's like, okay. So it installs. And I start it up. And it takes me to the menu and says, I can't play the game because it's not finished installing. Yeah, it's literally what happened with 15.
Older games. I really miss older games that you could literally just pop the disc in and not have to worry about that.
Yes. Oh, look, you got out.
Oh, hey, it's me!
You got your hat back.
I got my hat back. I told you, this world is going to be a world of fashion. Can't do it without my hat.
I didn't realize you were supporting the reason of brats. With your passion for fashion. That's now the canonical name of your fucking reason.
The passion for fashion?
No, brats.
Brats.
With a Z.
Hey, Satoshi, you're back.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Miss Threat isn't with you, is she?
No.
I'd really like to see her in a lacy bra, you know.
Shirtless.
Bra.
No tops.
Lacy bra.
You know what the awkward thing with this argument is?
What?
I'm actually on the other side. Well, yeah, no, boobs are hotter when they're slightly covered. But for the sake of roleplay, I had to work against my actual interests.
Damn. For the sake of roleplay, I have to work with my interest. side with the lace.
Ugh.
Damn, even you couldn't pull through. If I could speak.
Oh, you're losing too much Magatsuhi here.
Yeah, it's kind of getting drained from me. It's hard to think straight, you know. I got too much boob on the brain.
There's not enough
Damn.
blood to run both heads.
Even you couldn't pull through. I was counting on the demonic power of yours. The mantra's finished. Nihilo's gaining ground, and we still have no idea where our teacher is. What the hell are we doing, wandering around in this godforsaken world?
I mean, it's a good point. The focus on finding the teacher has really just been a distraction from, you know, everything. It's like, oh yeah, the world ended. I need a singular focus so that the weight of that doesn't crush me.
That's a very good point. I guess I have to place my bets on that guy.
Okay.
I heard a rumor about this incredible mannequin. They say he can see the future. He actually predicted the fall of the mantra. Maybe he can tell us about Miss Threat and what we should do from here. The last thing I heard was that he was taken to prison, so he's probably still there. I'm gonna head off to Kabukicho? Kabukicho? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
I have no idea. Kabukicho.
Kabukicho?
Yep. Or is it Kabukicho?
Kabukicho.
Who knows?
I'm going to assume it's Kabukicho. I'm gonna head off to Kabukicho and look for him.
How do you know that place even still exists?
Look, Shibuya still exists, so obviously everything else must still exist.
Yes, but does Akihabara still exist?
There's no place where I can be safe, so I'll take my chances. I'm named Shane.
Credits roll.
Late.
That's dumb, and you're dumb for saying it.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to agree with you for that. Like, I'm just sitting here like, is that seriously how they're gonna have, like, say bye?
Yeah, let's break into the game code and change it to be less stupid, and now you say smell you later whenever you leave the room.
I mean, honestly, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. Okay, so Kabukicho, the next suggestion of where to go. There is the question now of, like, which direction is Kabukicho?
Oh, well, we have a compass. Have you tried going north? That's normally what people say. Go north if you have a compass, right?
Oh, actually, that's a fair point. There's this exit that I didn't go through.
Oh shit, am I actually right?
Oh no, this is east.
East is close enough to north, right?
You know, if we start getting into that, then everything will be close enough to north, and we can't allow that. Metal Gear Solid taught you that the white face paint helps you blend into white backgrounds.
So, obviously the answer we have here is we need to make a world of snow.
Have you played Metal Gear Solid 3, ChanceEm?
Yes, it's been 6 years since I last played it.
I was going to explain if you hadn't that like one of the options for the face camo is like literally just kabuki makeup.
I know.
It's really dumb. Kagetsuchi North Teak. Oh, so hey Teak, how you doing, buddy? Let's see where that goes.
On the topic, because I did mention Shibuya a moment ago, I just got reminded of something.
Is it more The World Ends With You?
Yes, it's
Yes.
more The World Ends With You. So, you know, the typical joke you see nowadays, is that everything is Persona 5, more or less. And
Let me out.
I love how, like, they're so weak, you could probably just push them over and get around them, but of course, you know, the game says no.
I could have pushed them over anyway.
But, the new joke I saw this week, because I mentioned earlier that the opening movie for Neo: The World Ends With You came out.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody actually made a comment of Shibuya. Wasn't that in SMT Nocturne? So does this take place in Nocturne?
I think it was featured in Shin Megami Tensei 1 first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can't get past them.
Did you think it was a cheat code? You talked to them 3 times and then they just move?
I tried talking to the left one, but like it's the same conversation.
I see the reasoning. Like, if the right doesn't move, then obviously the left moves.
Hey, maybe you'd have a different conversation option. You never know. Things like that can be stupidly common. But yeah, you're just supposed to talk to the left dude, even though the left dude speaking when you spoke to the right dude.
Mm-hmm. That is something I will mention I appreciate with games nowadays, is that, like, there tend to be talk bubbles above the NPCs that might actually be relevant.
I think that's more a case of because they keep putting more NPCs in areas to make them look populated. But those NPCs aren't actually doing anything. No. Yeah, just walk up to me and ask for a bead. The bead is very valuable. Like if somebody walked up to you on the street and said, hey, can I get like 200 grams of cocaine? No, it's very valuable.
It'd be one of those things of like, I don't even have that, man.
You a cop? You the bead police? Oh, Clem's selling coke in the chat again. I fucking Clem with a gun. Is that emote fucking Clem with a gun? The Clem Tiago. Okay. And no, in the small display, it looks like Clem with a gun. What do you think, ChanceEm? ChanceEm? Okay, I'm gonna assume ChanceEm might have to step away for a minute, I don't know. Well, it's like how mine, the thumbs up. Like, I see that, and I know it's a thumbs up, but looking at it like that kind of makes me think, what if people think it's the head with a middle finger? I still want my royalties for the Clintiago idea. Oh, is that ChanceEm? That is ChanceEm. ChanceEm's internet is suffering. So presumably ChanceEm will be back with us momentarily. It is pretty crazy. ChanceEm back. At least something good came out of the Gears of War playthrough. I'd say, like, the rest of Gears of War, like, wasn't super worth it. Like, the time we spent playing Gears of War could have been spent playing a better game.
Nope.
But at least something came out of it. ChanceEm's back.
I live. And yes, I was off partaking in a nice Clintiago.
Yeah, like I said, I think the thing with Gears of War is really just age versus the mechanics. When Gears of War came out, the cover shooting was new, and Gears of War does it very competently. It was a new idea that completely changed how shooting gameplay worked. But that was like 2006, 2005, 2006, and in the years since then, so many other games have had those mechanics and also other stuff on top. And so those mechanics became the glue that held the game together, not the core component of the game. Like Uncharted has it. Has that kind of cover-based combat. And then also platforming, melee combat, the puzzle-solving stuff. That kind of stuff. Let's see what gozu-tennoh's up to. Oh, that doesn't look pleasant.
I like the quote that just popped up, Chrono, because that gives me so much, like, confidence for me finishing Skies of Arcadia.
Oh no, that was a bonus boss in the final dungeon. It was like, okay, this is the moment where I realise I really should have changed my party and I completely forgot to, but we're so deep into the final dungeon now. And also in a boss fight. And you know, it's like, you die to a boss fight and it's like, I can't give up, or game over. If you choose can't give up, you're immediately back in the fight. Are you? I think you are.
Yes, I was gozu-tennoh. I have a list of all the voices that we're doing, and I wanted to double check it. Alright. You have returned, mighty demon.
That's right. I'm back, bitch.
Have you not seen it with your own eyes?
I have. The world of Denim is weird.
The stronghold of Nihilo was laid to waste by my army.
Your army did kind of like a half job.
Then why?
Your army did like a half job.
Behold.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Well, that looks like it might be a slight problem, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like you break him.
Yeah. Spaghetti escapes from my body against my will.
That brings up a point, like, we're not suffering from these effects. But we probably should be while we're here.
And I am not the only one. All the members of Mantra are being drained of their spaghetti.
That's also another point. Chiaki and Isamu were both fine despite being here, and you'd assume they'd be like the first to fall.
Yeah, because they're human.
What if it's
At least right
specifically
now.
targeting the Mantra?
I mean, that's probably what's happening.
I didn't think it could be that accurate.
Until now, I didn't think so either. You okay there, mannequin?
Yes, you Nero. What sort of devious trick did they use? Oh, the humiliation. I can see the maiden where the Magatsu is drawn to. But alas, we are utterly powerless. We have no choice but to wait for our doom. Woe to our leader, gozu-tennoh.
No, I will not die.
You try and eat me, I'ma fuck you up.
My body may perish, but my spirit will live on.
Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Near or wherever you are.
In time, the only one worthy of my power will come.
Oh, the only thing I know for real, there will be blood. Shed. The man in the mirror nods his head. The only one left will ride upon the dragon's back because the mountains do not give back what they take. Oh no, there will be blood. Shed. It's the only thing I've ever known.
It is then that I shall return. I will not let them create a world of stillness. What good is a world without strength? I will not forget this rage, this fire that burns my flesh and soul. My kingdom shall rise again.
I mean, your kingdom was like one building.
Oh.
And then it falls apart under the revelation that his kingdom was one building. My kingdom shall rise again. Your kingdom was one building. Shit, you're right.
And I'm gonna assume that that mannequin got squished.
I should eat him for sustenance and strength. Well, bye.
It's like, well, that was a fun time.
You know, it would have been nice if the mannequin had told me where the Magatsu was going. Oh shit, who is this?
I knew you'd be here, He-Man.
Oh, it's Thor.
Oh, hi, Thor.
Did we voice Thor?
You did.
Oh, okay.
Gozu-tennoh has... No. The mantra has been utterly destroyed by Nihilo's attack. The Assembly of Nihilo had a higher goal than just ruling over Tokyo. We, on the other hand, did nothing more than enforce a reign of terror. That is the reason we lost. And all those that we have called comrades have deserted us. You had a friend who was being held prisoner here, did you not?
Yeah, that guy you bashed in the head with Mjolnir, who somehow survived that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have no idea how I survived.
Both of you are free to do whatever you want.
Cool, we were both free already. I was especially
Now
free
you're
because I
extra
kicked the
free.
shit out of you.
I have no business here anymore. There is no point in guarding an abandoned city. Farewell.
Why leave? Join us.
I will go on a quest to realize my dream of a world where the strong thrive. If you are
Oh.
truly strong, then we shall meet again. Yeah, He-Man.
I mean, that'll be a thing, like, he'll probably join us after we beat the shit out of him and then fuse him.
Gotta love being able to be like, hey, join us, because, you know, we kicked your ass. And then it's like, oh, actually, fuses you into somebody else.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was going to be easy. Did you really think it would be that easy? You know, for a second there, yeah, I kinda did. And then you have the crazy 88 fight, which is undeniably the best part of Kill Bill. I like a lot of what Kill Bill does. Like, the crazy 88 fight is undeniably the peak. Alright, now for the long trip down as it takes us down each individual floor. We need like a Muzak version of the Nocturne battle theme for this.
I do have to give the game one good point for this, is that it helps to make you realize just how tall the building is without them having to actually model you going through different floors.
Yeah, it is too early in the game to actually make us climb 60 floors. SMT doesn't do that early game. They'll do it late game, they won't do it early game. Oh, 8 minutes is an obscene length for a song, really, Clem? You say that, I'm just sat here thinking of fucking the full uncut version of I Would Do Anything for Love. Well, yeah, the Chrysler Building. Let me know about the Chrysler Building. Oh, that's actually a fair point, ChanceEm. Parasite Eve has the Chrysler Building as New Game Plus stuff.
Oh. Parasite Eve is a
PS1.
series I never played.
Parasite Eve
interested
1
in.
was never actually released in this country.
Huh.
Yeah, and I'm aware that doing the Chrysler Building, which only unlocks on the second playthrough, also gives you the true ending. Yeah, I need to get to Parasite Eve at some point.
Wait.
No, thank you. Yeah, I do need to get to Parasite Eve. So many RPGs, and I've just like made a list of them. The ones that I'm going to be doing next.
Mm-hmm.
Like Metroidvania finishes, I'm going to be doing Legend of Dragoon. And I want to be doing Trails in the Sky finally, because I've been wanting to do that
That's
for
a
a long
series.
time.
Yeah, that's another series I want to get into. I've been very tempted recently to put together a list of like games from older systems that I'm interested in, as well as a list of like my own games that I have that I still need to beat based off of what genre they are.
That could be kind of problematic, like just separating them by genre, because genre definitions are not as clear as they should be a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, for games that are easy to separate via genre.
Hmm.
I remember when Twilight Princess came out, somebody tried to claim to me that Twilight Princess was an RPG.
I've heard plenty of people
And
say Zelda is an RPG, and it's not.
no, it's not.
Oh, but you play a role.
Uh,
You play a role in fucking Call of Duty.
yeah. I feel like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, it's an RPG because of that. And I'm like, that's not the definition of RPG, though. And then, because Meg brought this up to me recently, because Meg, has gone to school for game design and stuff. She was talking about the difference between JRPG and Western RPG, and how even things like Dark Souls, which is made in Japan, isn't a JRPG.
No.
It's a Western RPG.
Yeah, when you start,
Oh, well,
when you
my-
take out the idea of JRPGs are specifically developed in Japan and Western RPGs developed in the West, and just work on them based on the styles and specific mechanics, yes. The problem is that people tend to look at it in a case of, yeah, but this was made here and this was made here.
Yeah.
That said, I don't know, I don't think I'd really call Dark Souls a Western RPG. It still has a lot of the same ideas that JRPGs tend to have, in the sense of how story goes and direction and that kind of thing. Western RPGs tend to emphasize choice more.
Mm-hmm.
And while you can argue there's a lot of choice in Dark Souls, there really isn't.
I think it probably also comes down to the fact that a lot of people view JRPG as anime and Western RPG as not anime.
Hmm.
And that is a whole other, problem in itself when you get down to trying to classify games.
But Clem, what about this with its stat allocation? Every point I have allocated myself, except for like a few, which we got randomly.
So in that regard, because now you're questioning if Dark Souls would even be an RPG, would you claim it is action adventure in that sense?
I would call Dark Souls an RPG, but I generally define RPGs by leveling systems mostly.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well.
Like when you hear about a game defined as having RPG mechanics, what they always mean is a leveling system.
Mm-hmm. Because RPG, if you really get down to it, kind of comes from old tabletop games. And in those games, you typically have your stat allocations and your leveling systems for your characters.
Random battles, I don't think, would be a definition.
Yeah, I would not use random battle as a definition for RPG. Because I know I go back to it a lot, but for example, most Tales titles do not have random battles.
I would look at it the opposite way, in that not so much how many JRPGs don't have random battles, more how the battles themselves are necessary. You could add that kind of randomization, random battle mechanic to any other genre. The difference has always just been that RPGs have done the random battle mechanic primarily because they need more battles to work with the leveling system. Whereas other games didn't need that. Other genres didn't need that. But you could theoretically have like a platformer with random battles. Oh, here we go. They've moved now.
I like this gatekeeper. Gatekeeper's just like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Well, this is the way. But yeah, the Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh. Are we gonna find another Skelly boy?
Probably.
When was the last time you saved?
Just then. Yep. This is going to be mandatory.
Oh, man.
You know what this will be, don't you?
Yep.
But yeah, I feel like you could put random battles into a non-RPG setting. They'd be wildly out of place, but the idea would still work and they wouldn't be RPGs.
Yeah. I was gonna say, how would you implement a random battle in a non-RPG game?
You've got stuff that has like RPG mechanics. Let me see, mid damage. Yeah, let's get rid of trade.
Naga can no longer make trade offers.
Gargoyle's Quest, which itself is a spin-off of the Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghosts and Goblins series. And they kind of have somewhat RPG elements in them, with random stuff appearing on an overworld map. But it has like an overworld map, and you move to the next stage on the overworld map, rather than it being do a level, oh, and now you're in the next level. But on the overworld map, they also have like battles that'll pop up, which aren't really stages. It's just like, oh yeah, no, you're in a small enclosed area with like 2 enemies that you have to kill. And like, I guess that's what I would say is like an example of that. I didn't realize Archangels were weak to ice. But yeah, genres very much blending together. More so now than ever before. Looks like we're taking the highway.
Yep. But in regards of like genres blending together more so now than what they did previously, is I feel like as people and companies try to find new ways to be creative, because it is the whole thing of like everything has basically been made, that in an attempt to be more creative now, they are like, okay, we have to mix things together and try and find something that people haven't done before.
I think there's definitely an element of that, but there's also an element of like they want their games to be bigger. Games cost so much to develop these days, and publishers want people to spend as much as possible on the games so they get bigger and bigger. And I think Assassin's Creed is a very good example of that. I was playing when I was playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It openly describes itself as an RPG.
That is so weird.
Here we go.
Alrighty.
You know who this one will be?
Yep.
Hell, Michael. Okay, so you didn't get to voice the last one. Do you want to voice this one?
Sure. I feel it. Oh, they went too fast for me. Hey, it's you, isn't it? Hand over the candelabrum. Be a good boy, and I'll take you to a world without limits. I didn't really have time to think of a voice. So I'm just going with something stupid. Alright, let's go. Think you could stop me?
To be fair, I did all of Daisoju as Skeletor. It is literally Ghost Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the design of the bike, the flaming wheels, the scarf thing, the leather jacket. The only thing that isn't Ghost Rider is the helmet and the skull not being on fire. That's not good. Wind-based and also all Kaja effects nullified.
Well, that's kind of painful for Unicorn and Raiju at the moment.
Mm. So let's see what we can do here. So we can't do Kajas because he's going to remove them. So let's do Kundas. Yeah, I need to get rid of Raiju. Dismiss. Summon Uzume, because if it's wind-based, Uzume deals with wind. That was specifically why we have her for dealing with Matador. Okay. So we have an issue there. This isn't going to be a fight dealing with buffs or debuffs. This is going to be a pure slobber knocker.
Yep. He's like, fight me like a real man. Mano a mano.
Mano a Baiko. You think he's weak to ice? He is not. Oh, there goes Unicorn. Okay, let's get Minakata in here.
Apparently, don't bring a unicorn to a bicycle fight.
Bicycle fight. How bad is
So
this
apparently
gonna be?
Apparently trying to go for a nasally voice now has my like nose feeling like it's on fire.
Interesting. I don't think that ever really affects my nose when I do that.
Well, a fun fact with me is that I had to have nasal surgery as a kid, so I'm actually missing like some stuff in my nose. I didn't think trying to go for a nasally voice would have actually affected that, which is really weird why it's happening now.
Hmm. Alright, focus. I could really do with a good single target damage dealer. damage dealing attack for myself. Because like, a heat wave's great for groups, but I don't want to be using heat wave on a single enemy.
Excuse me, yeah, because that's too much. Too much stuff to take out.
Do you want to reconsider the voice?
You're the first to keep up with me. But, can you handle this?
Oh no, the same attack you've been doing several times.
I love that. It's just like, can you handle this move that I've already used on you before? What I was trying to say before that, though, is using an attack that's meant for multiple people tends to be more expensive to actually cast, whether it's going from HP or MP.
Yeah. Plus the damage is more spread out.
Mm-hmm.
Another media, and also maybe stop using Health Thrust with Naga. Might be a good idea.
Oh dear.
That's worse.
Rip Naga. And Minikata.
Welcome to SNC, where everything can change in a single turn. Oh, we might as well call this a loss. Which reminds me,
Yep, here we go with the 3 extra turns again. Yep, there we go. I don't think the Death Plus went through.
no, I don't think it did.
Space between Death and Plus? Is that how you have it?
There we go. Thank you, Chance.
There we go.
It's been a while since we died.
It has. It's actually kind of surprising that it's only been 7 times so far.
Okay, so Zume is good to stay with us. We need someone to deal with fire. Which could be me. We have this.
Honestly, considering that, like, you get a game over if you die, it probably is for the best interest to have you be the fire one.
Biggest concern is, like, the drop in physical strength.
Mm-hmm. That's also understandable.
Yeah. Even for the magic increase, Narukami's better. Let's visit the Cathedral of Shadows. At the very least, I want to not have weaknesses to fire or wind. Which means Raiju is taken out of the party. And Naga's taken out of the party, but I don't want to fuse him yet, because he's going to evolve.
Yeah, because when he last leveled up, you started to see the changes on him.
Hmm. Oh, what's that?
Oh, hello.
Oh, a Deathstone. Oh, that's how you get the Fiend fusions.
Oh.
I think the specific thing with Demon Fusions is they have to be at high Kagetsuchi when you fuse. Okay, Raiju. I don't want to throw him with any of these. I want to keep Uzume.
You
Minakasa
can't-
with the Unicorn?
Can you buy them back from the compendium?
Yes. You buy them back as they've been registered.
That's what I thought. So it's like, I was just curious, because depending on things, depending on how you want to go, how much it would cost to buy back certain ones.
Hmm. There's something to keep in mind. Baphomet probably isn't a bad idea to pick up. Those stats are really nice. And, like, we could do with getting rid of Izumi anyway. I do want to keep her for this fight, but we could resummon her.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking.
What skills do I want? I guess just Zionga from Raiju. Medea, Dark Might, Mazan. Mana refill? Not a huge amount I'm after from that. If it doesn't have Medea, like, I'm just not going to consider it.
This is something that is really nice about the remaster coming out, is that you don't have to do this constant refresh.
They did when it first came out.
Yeah, they changed it, but I mean, the ones that are coming out in like a week or so from now has
Yeah,
that
it's coming with
update.
the update patches.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I do want to make a point of how ridiculous it is that they just released it without the ability to choose what you carry over. Which is something that's been standard in SMT games since it was SMT 4.
Persona 4?
Like we went over it last week. It was
Yeah, I couldn't
No, it
remember
was
if
Devil
it was
Survivor
Persona 4
Overclocked.
Golden or SMT4.
It was overclocked.
Oh yeah. My brain just thinks the number 4 apparently.
No, I thought SMT4 as well, and then realised it wasn't that or Persona 4 Golden. Like, it's been standard since Overclocked. For a good reason. What I would say is like the same reason as having the option of casual mode in Fire Emblem since Awakening.
It's literally just a quality of life feature that cuts out the middleman.
Basically. It's like when I sorted out Unicorn, did all that off stream. So you guys haven't seen this. But this is what we do.
Welcome to old school SMT.
Yeah. If I do Strange Journey, the same thing will be happening there. Part of the reason why I'd like to be able to do Strange Journey Redux.
Which, speaking of this being old school SMT now, it reminds me that I did see an article the other day saying that PlayStation 2 does officially fall into retro gaming because it is actually 20 years old since it originally released.
I've been calling it retro gaming since I started streaming anyway.
I know, but it's still one of those things of like wrapping that around my brain still feels so bizarre to me.
Game Center CX. You know that? Game Center CX?
I do not.
Japanese show where a guy plays like retro games. I think it's on its 35th season now. They announced for the new season they're going to be doing PS2, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance games.
That is so weird.
2000, 2001.
Yeah, I mean, it is 20 years old. It's just such a weird thing to think about.
No, I don't want Shock, I want Zionga. And carrying over Dark Might would definitely be a good idea. Because then I can set it up like I did with the Matador fight. Remember I set that up so we went in a new Kagetsuchi? So Izumi was always doing crits.
Yep.
I don't want Hammer. I don't want Analyze or Hammer. It's like, oh yeah, certain enemies are weak to Expel or Death, but those skills still have chances of not hitting.
Yep. It's like a 50-50.
And that percentage is still there even if they're weak. So, no thank you. There was always a good chance this was going to fall into like, a stream at some point, and we'd end up having to do this on stream.
Yeah, I had a feeling this was going to happen too, to be honest.
Can you imagine if we got to the end of the game and the timing of it always worked out that I could do it off stream?
Honestly, that would have been a feat in and of itself if you would have been able to manage that.
Yeah.
But the way that SMT works is like, you never know when you will need to be doing fusions.
It's the preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Preparation is everything. It's just while the preparation was a lot more straightforward in Digital Devil Saga because of the way the ability system worked on the mantras, this is not.
Because, yeah, in DDS, you don't have to worry about fusing monsters. You literally can choose your own skills as long as you've learned them.
And you can make the argument of, like, why don't I just pick a result that's good enough? And the answer would be because look at Unicorn and how I refused to pick one that was good enough and waited until I got the one that was perfect. And here we are all this time later and Unicorn is still viable.
Unicorn's about to learn diorama.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping him for that.
Yeah, I was like, that's definitely something worth keeping for.
One thing that the hard type mod did that I was really looking forward to getting some use out of was it reduces the chances of the talk skills being inherited on demons. Because when everybody only has 8 slots, giving a demon a talk skill is very much a waste.
That is a very valid point.
As the main character, you can talk, and that doesn't take up any skill slots. And chances are you're going to be doing the talking anyway.
Be amusing to see some demon conversations. Like trying to see them talk to each other.
It has happened with some of the demons that have skills that allow them to interject on the conversations.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, it's not really that great. And you may as well just have the main character do it. This makes me miss just being able to choose what we inherit. What even is Riborama?
Honestly, I don't know what that move is. Time to see if the guide mentions it. Let's see.
I know what Lightoma is. It lights up the area, but that's why we have light balls.
Oh, shit. Riborama. Until the next new, the chance of encountering enemies increases, as does the chance of having successive battles in a single encounter. Can only be used outside of combat.
Again, that's something that can be covered with items.
Yeah.
The same thing here, like, I don't want Analyze to be inherited. I can Analyze. And until I'm at a point where I'm going to turn around and say, yeah, you know what, let me just start looking up these demons. I'm going to keep Analyze on my character, and not on any of the demons.
So, just to make sure I'm on the same page, we're basically trying to get Dia, Dark Might, Zionga. Those are the main three that we're looking for?
No, it's Medea, Mazan, Dark Might.
Ah, alright. My bad.
Medea,
I thought I heard you mention earlier Zionga.
I think I did mention Zionga, but I made the thought of nobody else we have has wind. Or force. It's basically wind.
So, Medea, Dark Might, and Mazan. If you had to choose, what would you choose as your fourth? Say, if something just magically appeared.
Well, Medea, Mazan, Dark Might. Zionga would be a good fourth, or Dia. The singular healing is always something we can make something out of.
Mm-hmm.
And level 2 skills. And we can always make some good use of level 2 magic.
I'm gonna look something up real quick.
I would love it if someone just hacked skill inheritance into the PS2 version.
Trying to look something up because I noticed that Baphomet has Dark Pledge, but I don't know what Dark Pledge is off the top of my head.
There's also Beckon Call, which I feel like is a reinforcement skill. Honestly, if it wasn't for the idea of using Baphomet specifically in the Hellbiker fight, I'd leave Dark Might off there because another magic skill would be great with that magic stat. 17 magic versus 8 strength.
That's actually a really good stat.
Yeah, that's better than Uzume. Aiju has 16. But it's very much the point that Uzume is kind of peaked. Which is unfortunate, because we can still get some good use out of her. Is this the best we're gonna get?
That is a good setup, but you'd want to have somebody with healing. But the question also is, are you going to get a Zumi?
Yeah, I was thinking I'd resummon her, because she's got the wind nullification. Ah, fuck.
What?
Fusion accident.
Oh no.
How badly did that screw me up?
Did you save prior?
Yes.
Alright.
That's not great.
You want to reset?
No. She is level 37. That's not a good skill set for those stats. Ideally, she'd have another magic ability. Alright, let me bring back Uzume.
I mean, you could summon Unicorn, or Unicorn was the other one, right?
I still have Unicorn.
Oh, my bad.
He's got
yeah,
one
because you're
diorama.
Diorama. My brain, for some reason, kept forgetting what the other one you were fusing with was. It's like you could always try and bring back the other one, though, and try doing a fusion again.
Yeah.
Regrettably spending like 30,000 Maka to do so.
And then bringing back Izumi again.
Yeah.
Azuchi drained force, but we can't count on any of that. What we need to consider when summoning something to fuse again is the abilities they have. We head back up to Raiju. Raiju's primary contribution was Zionga. Like, that was it. The rest of it we wanted from Izumi. And the fusion accident means we've got a level 37 demon when we're level 35.
That's a slight problem, isn't it?
No. It's not like the Pokemon thing of having a higher level traded Pokemon, but not having enough badges. It
Oh, I
means
thought
we've gotten around the fusion restriction.
that's what I was thinking of. I was like, wait, can you actually use it? Because I was thinking of the fusion restriction of like, normally you can't fuse a demon that's higher than your own level.
Yeah, let's summon Incubus. Let's
Cool, we have
see what we can
Succubus
get.
and Incubus. We are all about, you know, supporting everyone's rights here.
But I specifically want to fuse Incubus with someone. Yeah, let me just summon Incubus with Succubus and get a level 7 Earth Demon.
Because that makes sense.
Eligor comes with Dark Might naturally.
That is... Huh.
Weak to electricity, resists physical. Nulls death. Eligor, I think, is probably a good idea. So what are we after here?
Yeah, now we
Counter
need to figure
Zionga.
out...
I'm sorry, Chance, were you saying something?
No, I was just going to say, now we need to figure out, what skills we want to carry over.
Eligor isn't magically inclined so much.
Mm-hmm.
But having a demon with Mazan would still be a good idea. That said, actually, I'm thinking about this in terms of demon just having more bases covered.
Give me just 1 sec.
Alright. I could summon Kadama for 2600. Yeah, but that's probably a waste. We'll only have to one ability from it. Sexy gaze is something I absolutely don't want. Latter, I don't want. Having a physical-based demon like Eligor with counter would be a good idea. That's right, I definitely want Dark Might. No, Dark Might's already on there. Okay. Thunder isn't bad.
I return.
Well, bad, ChanceEm.
I had a cat whining outside my door, and I was trying to figure out what was up.
So Eligor comes with Dark Might, so that's something we don't have to worry about.
Mm-hmm. That means that really there's only 1 or 2 skills that we really want to bring over. He's more strength-based, so I can understand why counter would be a good thing to...
Yeah. Secunda's probably not a bad idea, having demons that can do debuffs. It won't help us here, because Hellbiker's a dick. Life bonus and deer. I don't know. I don't want flatter. I don't want sexy gaze. Medea, Mazan, Counter, and Petrardi. Yeah, I think that's actually not bad. Go with that.
Yep. I think that's a good setup. Hey! He appears.
Elago. And let me resummon Uzume.
It's like we've had to use you for two summons now, or 2 fusions. I mean now, Azume.
Succubus is going to be pretty much useless for this fight. You look at that, and strength isn't great. Magic isn't bad, but she's got nothing we can really use with it.
You got Zon at least, but
That's a mass skill.
yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. So we'll keep her on reserve and we'll use her for something later. We can't have Naga because weak to fire. Unicorn we're probably not going to have in there. Eligor, Zume. We get rid of Mina Carter and get something better? Doesn't look like it. Everything we confuse is either weak to fire or incubus. And even if I wanted another incubus, it's weak to force, so what does that help?
And this is where you get to the point in SMT where it's like, oh god, now all of my demons either have what I want or don't have what I want.
Drain fire.
Now that's a pretty decent one. At least for this fight.
Yeah, because I Void Fire with the current Magatama I've got. Drain would instantly end his turn.
It would.
Void just takes away 2 turns. And a decent
Basically,
strength.
the more turns of his that you can get rid of, the better, in my opinion.
Of course, you know what the problem is?
Now we have to sit through trying to fuse and get the different skills again.
No, to get that we have to get rid of Eligor.
Oh. Oh no. Did you, register Eligor?
They register automatically
Okay.
when you use them. Let me look at the party. We removed Naga. Summon Eligor and Uzume. Unicorn isn't a liability. I think that's the best we can get with that idea, unless we want to do more grinding.
Mm-hmm.
But Unicorn is not a liability. It won't hold us back. And for the fire system, for dealing with fire, we've still got me with the fire nullification. So let's see how well this goes this time.
Alright, attempt number 2. The
interesting point, though, of like, you get into this game and The emphasis thus far on buffs and debuffs has been pretty intense, or rather the value of using them. And we would have had a much harder time if we hadn't been using them.
And then you get to this fight, and it's just like, nope.
Yeah. Deal with it some other way.
You're denied from using these.
Of course, what they didn't expect is that buffs and debuffs aren't my thing anyway. What's that? I could lower the enemy's strength stat? Yeah, but that takes a turn in which I could be hitting the enemy. What's that? I could lower their speed,
like
but that takes a turn where I could be hitting the enemy.
It's like, why debuff when they can, have to deal with these guns?
Pretty much. Like, it's mostly been my thought with a lot of stuff. Like, oh yeah, debuff, so your next turn does more damage, but like, I'm also spending a turn not dealing damage. Is that going to be made up for? There's the similar thing with stuff like focus. Normally, I wouldn't use focus in other games. Because it's a case of like, how much value can I get out of it? Would this do more than double my attack? Of course, it's quite nice with focus to say yes. Yes, it will. Alright. This shouldn't require a huge grinding session. I'm confident we can do this at this level. It's just about setup.
Yeah, I feel confident that we should be able to take on Hellbiker as well.
I'm not confident about taking on the second cap after we do this, but the option will be there.
Yeah, that's a little bit.
So there's the interesting thought with this that we weren't sucked into a different area in this fight. But we are still in the same area where we fought the previous two fiends. Ah, fuck.
Did you not change your...
No, I did, because I wasn't weak to force before. It just means that nullification to fire has given me a weakness to force.
Oof.
And I should have paid more attention to that. So this will be interesting. Also, I didn't set it to fucking new Kagasuchi, so I'm a genius.
Well, this is going to be an interesting attempt.
Yeah, this is my problem, which we have seen so many times. I'll do preparation, fantastic, and then also forget something. And thankfully, even with the weakness, it's just doing more damage rather than giving him extra turns thanks to Uzume being there. I really want to just quit this fight and start again. Well, that will count as a death.
I mean, if you... Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to, cool, but that would probably count as a death.
Yeah, I would count it as a death.
I am noticing that he's doing less fire attacks.
He didn't do fire until the second phase.
Oh.
With how this is, I could bring Naga back out, replace Unicorn with Naga. And then Naga has the same problem I do, but that's also counterbalanced by me avoiding fire. So Naga's weak to fire, but Hellbiker isn't getting extra turns for it. And Naga is a better physical fighter. Void. And Void. Well, having Unicorn on hand at the minute is good to have a second healer. And, you know, if I'd actually done my idea of going in at Nuke Agatsuchi so we get the, always crit for both Azumi and Eligor, it would mean Unicorn would be invaluable because we'd want Azumi to always attack.
Yeah. Well, if this attempt ends up going sour, then we at least know what to do to better prepare for next time.
Yeah, don't forget what the preparations were.
Don't forget the last 2 steps of preparation.
It's like, oh yeah, all this stuff I've done to prepare. And then I forgot to actually make those preparations matter. Good work, me. Okay, so Unicorn does more physical damage than Azumi. What are you thinking, ChanceEm? Because you kind of quiet.
Yeah, it's because I have a cat that's running around my room.
Oh, so you're dealing with that.
I'm dealing with trying to keep Kitty in it and not destroying stuff.
That's fair enough.
I was also like keeping an eye on the audio to make sure that like kitty noises wasn't popping up on the audio.
Bitch.
Yay. So even though we messed up on 2 of the preparation things, that actually ended up turning out good.
Let me get rid of Shock and replace it with Fire Breath, because I actually don't have anybody who does fire. The preparation was good enough that the last step of preparation wasn't necessary.
It was an optional step.
Pretty much. Let's get rid of Stun Bite, because I'm not having Unicorn do that ever. Diorama is way more useful. Candelabrum of Dignity. But it was a ghost biker on leather. It was a skeleton biker in leathers. I don't think there was a lot of dignity there.
Yeah, I was like, not so sure Dignity would have been the one I assumed him to have.
And let's put Naga back in there, because I want Naga to level up again so we can get the evolution. Alright, let's go, and hope we don't die on the way to the next save point. Watch out for the red stuff. I tested it earlier, and it is damage.
Damage style?
Yeah.
I feel at this point it's just like, if it's red, it's damage.
If you don't know what it is, don't touch it.
Yep. Sounds like a good idea. And I need to step away to move a kitty from something.
Alright. And the enemies around the Hellbiker fight are just nowhere near as much of a threat. Trade. I forgot that Naga actually leveled up and got that last skill before the fight, but after the save. Do you have any information? Graham Magasui out of the mannequins. Torture chamber. Alright. It's weird that there's a prison here.
Alright, I return.
Welcome back. Like, just thinking about Kabukicho...
Technically speaking, that would be like the second prison we've come across.
Yeah, but it's like the time frame and everything. It's weird that there's a prison that's been thrown up this quickly. But then we don't know how long we were out for.
1 sec. I totally missed everything you just said.
Yeah.
It's not an issue on your end, it was an issue on my end.
Thinking about the idea, it's weird that there's a prison here so quickly. Because you feel like the Vortex world can't have been here for long, but the passage of time is really unclear.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want? I guess. Awesome. I will immediately register you and then throw you away. I don't have one of them yet.
I give you Lifestone, you give me fusion material.
You give me core of your very being. Okay, there's something there. In the center of those damage tiles.
Yeah.
One thing I
Question
do kind of prefer about the old step-by-step grid-based design. One step was one piece of damage and it was laid out in a grid and you moved one square.
Mm-hmm.
It's way less clear and way less efficient in trying to get across damage tiles in this game.
3D does bring about a couple of complications as far as translating ideas from 2D to 3D.
Hmm. Did I get an angel?
I don't know if you did, to be honest.
Hmm. That's right, heal yourself a fuller.
Heal yourself before I punch you and kill you.
Also, this guy just reminded me, I have a float ball.
Huh.
I'm gonna wait until New Kagetsuchi to use it if we're not past all the damage stuff. Because it only works until New Kagetsuchi and you use it again like a full cycle.
Yeah.
Because I only have the one. That's right, you hit for 3 damage, you die. You ever consider how Succubus is like one of the less sexualized demons?
Yes.
Did we discuss that previously?
Kind of.
Hmm.
Because I think it was in context of how Succubus is kind of modestly dressed, and then you have Angel that is literally wearing BDSM gear.
Yeah.
And kind of like the parallel between the two.
I'd probably still go with Succubus just because Batwings are hotter.
I mean, not wrong. Probably easier to deal with bat wings anyways, because I mean, like, if you have to deal with feathers, then you have to deal with feathers shedding all over the place, and that's just a problem.
Join us in later sessions of Nocturne as we talk about the preferred SMT waifus.
Oh, hey, right.
Ox, how you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the raid. Rocky Matt, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thanks for giving the Ox a shout out, Clem. We are currently playing Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. This is an old school JRPG for the PS2. If anybody is interested in what they see here, the remaster is due out in 9 days. I'm joined by my buddy ChanceEm Gaming.
Hello.
And of course, I am Mecha Chrono. And I play mostly RPGs. Yeah, Streamlabs is kind of a pain. If I could get OBS working consistently, I would drop Streamlabs.
I also feel that, Oxtail, because like the few times I've tried to get Streamlabs going has been like an utter nightmare on my side.
Alright, here we go. Kabukicho Prison. Yeah, I primarily stream RPGs, but for the month of May, with the exception of Sundays, we are in Metroidvania, where I am playing Metroidvania games all month. We are currently in the middle of Time Spinner, which we'll be finishing off on Tuesday, and then after that will be Super Metroid. So if that strikes any of your fancy, I hope you can join us. Microphone's a good idea. I have so many life stones, I didn't realise we'd gotten that many.
To answer Oxtail's question about like microphone and stuff like that, the one I'm using right now is a headset that I got for about $25. So if you don't mind headsets, and if you like the quality of how my voice is coming in, that's an idea for you.
I use a mic on a stand. I think it cost me about £50. The main thing with that is those kinds of external mics will generally pick up a lot of audio, so you have to put a bunch of filters on them to prevent that from coming through in the stream. As an example, I will now turn off those filters so you can see what I mean. This is how stuff generally sounds without those filters. And this is how it is with the filters.
Oh, I think I know what's going on with Oxtail's problem. Is the headset you're using, is it hooked up via a millimeter or whatever
3.5
type jack? Yeah, 3.5. That's what I was trying to think of. Is it hooked up via that type of jack instead of a USB?
Oh, save point.
Ooh, save. Yeah, so I noticed when I was having issues with Streamlabs is Streamlabs likes it if you have a USB hookup. You can actually find a 3.5 to USB connector cord for about $10 on Amazon.
It sounds reasonable. Like, it sounds like a reasonable idea. Like, if you're happy with your current headset that you've got going, you want to keep it, like, a 3.5 jack to USB would probably be a good idea, so you could keep doing it. Yeah, also Teak hates Streamlabs OBS.
I like how ominous the game is there if just like no one is here. Kicks you out. It's like you're not allowed in this room if you're the only one in this room.
Yeah, it's weird that this game still has that idea. They kind of dropped it with like the 3D games. But it's mostly a thing of 2D games where, you know, the three-dimensional perspective of the first-person dungeon crawling was a trick. And you go into a room and like, yeah. And they carried it on in the DS games, where the individual rooms, like even SMT4, with its fully 3D environments and its full 3D movement, individual rooms in areas like this are just pictures. And you go in them and it's a picture you see in first person. I would say plug into the PC for separate audio capture.
I also agree with that.
Mizuchi is holding us captive in his mirage.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have no idea what voice that's supposed to be.
The mirage. This is probably going to be a frustrating dungeon.
I can definitely agree with that.
I hope it's not a teleport maze.
Well, SMT does love its teleport mazes.
One reason why I've not been overly enthusiastic about actually finishing SMT4 Apocalypse is it is well known to have like one of the worst teleport mazes as the final dungeon.
I'm gonna take a guess that this is gonna be a teleport maze based off of this.
No, because I don't play bad games on this stream.
And because Chrono doesn't play bad games, that's why I am banned from making any more redemptions after my last one.
Legacy of Goku 2 wasn't a bad redemption, honestly.
It wasn't Legacy of Goku 2, I said Legacy of Goku 1.
Oh yeah, no, fuck off with that. But no, specific game redemptions I have are for RPGs, with the exception of, I think the most expensive redemption I have is Legacy of Kain, which is the full series playthrough for 100,000, and those aren't RPGs. But the rest all are. Alright, I appreciate you doing the Radox. I hope your stream went well, and I hope we see you again before the stream ends. It's no problem, buddy. I remember back when you were coming in during the older Tomb Raider streams, and I gave you whatever help I could give you. Like, Google is very much your friend for a lot of this, but a lot of very specific answers can be really hard to find on Google.
I also agree with that sometimes when it comes to getting set up with certain stuff, if you don't have something phrased just perfectly when you're trying to Google it, you're not going to actually find a proper answer.
Yeah.
That's why communication and being able to talk to somebody is very helpful for certain stuff.
I thought this building was kind of small. It's like, oh, here's a prison, and obviously going to be a dungeon, but the building itself isn't that big on the map. Yeah. And going through something like OBS or Streamlabs OBS, when they have the timer up for the splits.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense. If it works out for you. And the notifications. There's so much more you can do with this, like the raid notification you got. Doing it off PS4 as well, you don't end up with the blocked scenes if you're doing it like this.
Mm-hmm.
Which you can get if you're streaming off PS4, like Klim got when he was doing Final Fantasy VII on PS4. I'm not sure of the specifics, but OBS Studio is separate from Streamlabs OBS. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, and I mean, that's actually one reason why I've been looking into getting a new computer, is because my computer is just, you know, over half a decade old and doesn't like OBS now. And, but there is a lot more you can do with streaming if you have access to OBS.
Honestly, if you want to see some good stuff that you can do with OBS, if you're really going to get into it, check out Teak. Teak does some really... Oh, Teak got to Super Castlevania 4, fuck. Check out Teak. He does a lot of really cool stuff with his OBS, like the layouts and stuff. Like you can really get an idea of the kind of thing you can do. Because, I mean, this setup looks nice enough, but it's a very simple setup. We've got the picture here on the side, because this is a 4x3 game. The various little pictures, the alerts in the top, the specific chat. Like, this is a simple setup. It took me a while to figure out how to get anywhere around this point. Experimentation is always a good idea as well. But then there's always the concern of breaking what you're doing. I hope that isn't Chance.
Yeah, I hope I'm not the one getting poked.
Okay, so I need to deal with Mizuchi then. But yeah, Teak does some really cool stuff with OBS. Layouts, entire themes, some really cool stuff. And Teak is also very friendly and often willing to give support and help. Teak is actually the one who helped me get my chat layout in the way it is. Notifications is one of the easiest thing. The biggest problem I have with notifications is stuff like the raid alert, no, like the sound that comes with the raid alert looping, which it didn't today, which is really nice. Oh, I understand entirely, Ox. I am very much a console person.
I feel that. I very much feel that as well, Ox.
You better believe it.
Well, it's funny that you think you can take us on, Mr. Ex-Guard Naga, because you see, we also have a Naga in our party.
Which means I know what you're weak to. Do you still have, the Chrono Trigger frog scene? As your follow notification, Zeke? I'll be honest, Ox, I know RTX's AMD and GTX's NVIDIA. I don't know the specifics of how they differ, I just know that they do. I'm not a PC gamer.
Yeah, I'm not much of a PC gamer myself either. I basically just want enough, I want enough PC gaming to let me play, you know, some indie, RPG Maker style games at the minimum on my PC.
I don't even know what ray tracing actually is. I keep seeing it in articles of check this out with ray tracing and how much nicer it looks, and I'm like, okay. And that's it.
Yeah, truth be told, that's kind of the same reaction I have too.
Crazy lighting thing. Well, you know me. I have very little interest in graphics. For me, it's more art design.
Which, I mean, same here.
Yeah. I mean, I think this game holds up. It just needs cleaning up, which the HD version does. But visually, I think the HD version looks really nice because it's just this clean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does make a difference. It's more about art design. That's always the point. That so many people just miss. And it's the problem with the big push for realism. Pushing for realism just means you're going to be outdated very quickly.
Yeah, because, like, for me personally, when I think about stuff like this, it comes down to, of all the games you heavily remember, what do you remember more? The game with, like, very unique direction, or the game that's super realistic? Because, as a point of reference for me specifically, I'm going to take, as a comparison, let's take, like,
That doesn't look good.
the older Zelda titles, like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. That's as far as the older ones I'm going to go. And compare it to, like, Breath of the Wild. I spent, like, 2 years of my life playing only Breath of the Wild for a variety of reasons I'm not going to get into. But I spent, like, 2 years of my life playing Breath of the Wild, and I remember older Zelda titles more than I remember stuff of Breath of the Wild. In art direction, if you have really good art direction for a game, it's going to stand out more in your memory. That's not to say Breath of the Wild has bad art direction in and of itself, but it's just there's so much repetition in it that it's not very memorable. At least in my opinion. If that makes any sense.
The problem of open world versus a more focused design.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Resident Evil Resident Evil looked fantastic when it came out because of this focus on the pre-rendered backgrounds, which allowed the character models to look better than a lot of its contemporaries. Talking specifically about art direction in that regard, I think that's why Remake holds up so well. Visually, because the focus was still on pre-rendered backgrounds. But the art direction on actual character models was simple and clean and effective.
Did you have to phrase it that way?
What way? Oh, simple and clean.
You
Yeah,
said
okay.
yeah, you said simple and clean, and now my brain just immediately, like, has that song in my head.
When you walk away, you don't hear me say, "Please, oh baby, don't go."
Why?
Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go.
I don't think I don't think we're that close, Chrono.
Yeah, now. This is an interesting design for this dungeon. The stark black and white to emphasize the Mirage world.
Mm-hmm.
Black of color, but the emphasis on light. And then, kind of like Sin City does, the red.
Yeah. I wanted to comment on it earlier because when we had the scene with Chiaki where it just suddenly, like, the background and everything just suddenly changed to the school-looking area, it was a really interesting, like, stark art direction change.
Yeah, it was very minimalistic.
Mm-hmm. And like that was also a really nice style as well.
Okay, so that floor would lead here. I don't know where the hell I am.
Oh, there's something hanging from the ceiling there.
Oh, hey, it's one of you.
Well, Chrono, if you're of the world of needing to be shirtless, I feel you should have asked her to join your party.
There's Jack Frost on the ceiling.
Hi, Jack Frost. What you doing up there, buddy?
When you say grind on Onimusha, do you mean, like grind to get your times down? Oh, that's bullshit, Clem.
Holy shit, Clem.
I had, the same issue on Arkham Knight on PS4. I have Genma Onimusha. It's pretty cool. There's some nice little differences, some differences that aren't so good. It's pretty cool, especially if you haven't played it, but you've played a lot of the original. A good comparison would probably be like Resident Evil versus Director's Cut, and it really is a shame that the HD version didn't include it.
I like that description. A mannequin is doing something. What are you doing? Something.
Oh, he's digging. Yeah, kind of like arrange mode. There's at least one new enemy. There's the enemies as well that'll, like, you have to fight to absorb the purple souls before they do. It's a different take on it, and it's got its good points and its bad points. Okay, but what do I get if I get you a spoon? Like, you can say I'm responsible all you want, but ultimately that doesn't matter to me.
I also kind of like the thing of like, get me a spoon. It's like, wouldn't a shovel be easier? What if the collector has a shovel?
Thanks for the lurk, Ox. I wonder if these are weak to fire. Yes, they are. I was thinking for a second that since they're water, they're probably weak to electricity.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at them like they look like gummy worms.
They're not weak to electricity. I don't know how much longer we're going to be here, Ox, but if we're still here when you come back, then sure. How deep do I want to get into this dungeon?
That is the question. Because, like, I know it's probably getting late for you.
Almost midnight.
That's what I thought.
Not as late as when I was playing Mario World with Teak on Thursday. Let's see. Okay, so this will take us back.
Right.
So it's not a teleport maze, it's two worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Which, interesting, but also
It's also the thing that has me, like, as far as the Mirage world goes, is like, you also have everyone upside down. Which is like, is it going to be an also like flipped thing too?
I don't think it's that everyone's upside down. I think it's that we're upside down. Hey, video games. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, video games.
Like, this hole is on the floor now, but it was on the ceiling previously.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were upside down. You're alright? I'm glad to hear that.
I'm wondering if there's another portal to enter to get into the Mirage world.
There is. We saw one that I didn't go through. And the issue with stuff like this, I like to do this kind of thing in one go so that I don't lose my way.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the punches. This is ChanceEm Gaming. Our good buddy
Hello.
ChanceEm Gaming, who is currently joining us every Sunday for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. If you find yourself interested in this game, the remaster available for PS4, PC, and Switch is due out on the 25th of May. And if you find yourself interested in ChanceEm, ChanceEm has his own channel.
Hello, video games. I do have my own channel, and I am trying to get stream stuff working again. I've been having some internet issues here and there lately.
Yeah, this week's going better than last week did.
Yeah, this is going a lot better than it did last week, and I know recently when I've been on mic with Meg, I've been having to use data on my phone to connect with Discord. But today, I'm actually on my laptop, so I'm getting kind of excited about testing out getting back to things again this week.
Yeah, you might be able to finally continue Skies of Arcadia.
Maybe. I might.
Did you go in the Dark Rift? No, you stopped before the ship fight, didn't you?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Because you were like, this is going to take a while, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah. So ChanceEm, you want to plug yourself while I do this?
Sure, I can do that. So I like to play RPGs and action games and also Animal Crossing. I tend to be a variety streamer playing whatever I want to play, and at the moment it seems like I am stuck playing like 3 different RPGs. But I also do enjoy doing Animal Crossing late at night. Those typically tend to be chill streams, and I recently got a Switch as a gift from a friend who won a contest. So that's kind of cool, and I have upgraded from GameCube Animal Crossing to Animal Crossing New Horizons because of it. But that's typically what I like to do.
So what is an action game, ChanceEm?
What I mean by like action is typically like action adventure.
So what is action adventure, ChanceEm?
Normally for action adventure, I think of Zelda, because that is what I classify for Zelda. I know outside of that, another series I've been working on lately has been Azure Striker Gunvolt, because I managed to get through 1 and 2, but I actually have a handful of other titles in the series that I still need to go through as well. Which that would probably be more along the lines of like platform shooter.
I just say, like, if you want to know what it's like, it's very similar to Mega Man X or Mega Man Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Liam, when's the Azure Striker Gunvolt playthrough?
Probably whenever I'm able to finish up one of the 3 RPGs that I'm working on at the moment, because I don't want to add too many games onto what I'm currently doing. Because I know at the moment I'm working through Skies of Arcadia Legends. I'm working through Tales of Berseria, which I'm in the last 10% of that. And I've been working through Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I have a couple more chapters left on that. So whenever I get one of those knocked out of the way, I will pick up the next game for Azure Striker Gunvolt, which is going to be Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avenger X, I believe is what it's supposed to be pronounced.
Yes.
It always gets me confused of if it's X or 9 because of how it's stylized.
Yeah, it's lowercase I, uppercase X.
Mm-hmm. But I'll probably jump into that once I finish one of the other games. I know another one that has been requested for me to start is Nier Automata. So that is also on schedule for whenever I finish up another RPG in the list. And I still need to get back to Baten Kaitos Origins at some point, because I was supposed to play Origins after Baten Kaitos. But then I kind of played Final Fantasy VII after Baten Kaitos.
At this point, would it be worth waiting a little while before going for Kaitos Origins? With the re-registering of the trademark?
See, that's an interesting question, because with the re-registering of the Baten Kaitos and Baten Kaitos Origin trademark, it does give an idea of potential for those to be re-released, maybe. And I'm not really sure if there's going to be a huge difference between a re-release version and the original version. Because, like, unless I hear about something about new content or whatever, then what I've basically heard from a lot of people is that Origins is pretty good on its own. I have heard that the battle system is a little bit different than original Baten Kaitos. I can't remember if it's worse or better, though, because I have heard that one of them is worse than the other. And that's one thing that would concern me about a re-release of Baten Kaitos. Because normally whenever people talk about games getting remade or ported or any of that type of stuff, my first concern always goes for games that I feel like their battle systems really need to be fixed. Like, it's always a big question amongst Tales fans about, like, oh, if you choose any game in the series to get a remake, what game would you choose? And my answer is almost always Tales of Legendia, because that really does need to have a battle system that is fixed.
Ah yes, the worst Tales.
Which makes me feel bad, because it's not a bad game, it's just...
Well, I mean, its reputation isn't anywhere near as bad as Tempest.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when's the Tempest playthrough?
It's funny that you should say that, because I have an English translated Tempest ROM.
Oh, if you didn't, I could give you one.
And I do want to actually make my way through it. And with recent things we've learned about streaming DS, it is a possibility that's on the table.
So video games, you planning to pick up Nocturne HD? It is a cool game. Did I go through this Mirage?
I know for myself in particular, I will eventually pick up Nocturne HD. I'm not going to get it at release, though.
Yeah, I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay the £45 for it and then the extra money on top for Dante.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel.
I will pick it up though, especially if the performance issues were worked out.
Excuse me.
I hope you enjoy video games. Nocturne is a really good game, and I'm enjoying going through it again. I think it does hold up in a lot of ways, and the quality of life improvements that the HD version promises will be very much appreciated.
And I also agree with that. The only reason I'm not going to be buying it at launch is because I have qualms with the way that it's being handled.
You're probably not going to die in the first hallway.
As long as you pay attention, you won't die in the first hallway.
Yeah, pay attention will help
I need to specify that because when I first played this game, I did not pay attention and I died on the second fight.
I have died on the second fight. It's not because I wasn't paying attention though. Sometimes you'll just miss twice in a row and that'll be it. That early in the game, that will kill you.
But yeah, my main qualms with Nocturne HD. Well, that demon was just like, fuck this, I'm out.
Do you flee like a coward?
But my main qualms are just the fact that you have a game that is literally about to be 20 years old and it's being re-released and it's not having its DLC included with it. I feel that's kind of just, at this point in time, kind of ridiculous. I mean, for a point of reference, it's gonna be, what, like $50, $60 to get the game, and then, like, and speaking in, you know, USD, it's gonna be like $50, $60 to get the game, plus an additional $15 to get Dante. At that
15?
point,
I thought
that's...
it was 10.
It might be 10. I need to double check.
For
some reason, I've been thinking... Yeah, for some reason I was thinking it was 15. But still, let's go with 50 and 10. So that's $60.
Oh, the game from 20 years ago didn't have DLC. There is no DLC to this game.
Yeah, what I mean by DLC is that there was a later version of this game that was released. And the later version is what we're getting. The DLC that the HD version has is giving us the option to have the character that is in the version we are currently playing. Hence our little HD featuring Dante from Devil May Cry sticker. But the fact that they didn't do Dante on disc and they're having him as a separate paid option is something that I don't like. Because what I was going to bring up as a point of reference... Wait. Okay, just wanted to make sure we weren't freezing or internet issues for a second. As a point of reference, like, this game at launch is going to be $50 plus $10 for the DLC at the lowest price. So that's $60 for a game that's 20 years old just to have both options. As a point of reference, I recently, for $80, imported a game that has 3 games from the PS3 era with all their DLC on it. All of that on one cartridge.
Are you talking about Phoenix Wright?
No, not Phoenix Wright.
Yeah,
Phoenix Wright
didn't have DLC.
Yeah, Phoenix Wright, it's only 33. No, I'm not talking about Phoenix Wright. I'm talking about the Atelier Dusk trilogy.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough.
And it was $80 to import. It's a Switch cartridge and includes all DLC that was available on PS3 on that cartridge with it. 3 games, all DLC, only $20 more than what it's going to cost to get this.
Yes, Dante is going to be DLC in the HD version. If you buy the deluxe, he'll be included with it, as is all the other DLC. I will say Dante as DLC, I can see the reasoning for, like, trying to cover relicensing costs, but not pushing those costs on consumers who don't want it. It's not a good thing, but I can understand why it's there.
Yeah, like, I can understand that as a point too, but it also brings up the idea of, like, you have a 20-year-old game being resold for $50.
Yeah. It's already overpriced as it is. And beyond that, it's having separate DLC that didn't exist previously.
That as well.
Soundtracks from... Is it just SMT 1 and 2?
That I need to double check real quick, actually.
It's like 2 songs each from SMT 1 and SMT 2, I think. And then there's the grinding DLC they're selling, where if you buy the DLC, you'll gain access to an area where enemies will drop items that will give you free experience. Which is something they've been doing with Shin Megami Tensei since at least SMT 4.
Alright, so I think I know why I was thinking it was an additional $15 for Dante.
Why is that?
The deluxe version of Nocturne is $70. And my brain was just being like 50 plus the deluxe price, which I mean is an additional 20, but 15, between 10 and 20, 15's the middle amount.
So you were double wrong, is what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. ChanceEm was double wrong. As far as I'm aware, they've not added anything extra to it. We were discussing the issue with skill inheritance earlier, and how you have to... In this, you have to, like, go into the demon fusion. Oh, demon's gonna inherit these skills. I don't want that. Back out. Go back in. Oh, they'll inherit these skills this time. Back out, back in, until you get something you're okay with. And then in an update, they added the ability to choose those skills. And we discussed last week, the ability to choose what skills demons inherit in fusions has been standard in Shin Megami Tensei games since 2011 with Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor Overclocked, which was a re-release of a DS game.
Alrighty.
Yeah, like Persona 3. Persona 4 had that, and then Persona 4 Golden gave you the option to choose what skills are inherited from fusions. Yeah, very much that. And then they added that, the ability to choose in an update. Which says to me in a lot of ways that the HD remaster, they either didn't want to put a huge amount of work into it to have these extra quality of life features, or they just didn't think. And with that, I doubt we'll be getting any content that was cut out of the original.
Alright, so I was looking up about SMT3 Nocturne, the deluxe edition, to answer a comment about the music tracks. It is 2 songs from the original Shin Megami Tensei that can be switched out as background tracks to the world map and battle sequences in the Vortex world.
Isn't there a second game that they've got music from? Is it... I thought it was
what I'm...
2 games.
The only one I'm finding at the moment is Vortex World Alternative BGM Pack 1. And for $10, you can get 2 tracks
Yeah, no,
from
thank
the
you.
CD. Aside from that, things that are also included in the Nocturne HD Deluxe version is you have the Merciful difficulty,
Uh-huh.
you have Mercy and Expectation map pack, Maniacs pack, which is Dante.
Hmm.
And the other thing that makes me frustrated about it is the 4-day early access.
Yeah.
Because basically it's like pay us money so that you can get access to this game 4 days early.
Which is bad enough in general, but yeah, no. Early access to a re-release of a 20-year-old game.
Yeah, it's a combination of precedents that I'm just like, oof, I don't like this.
Really, did you get to choose in Persona 3 Portable? It's been a while since I played it, and I'm not far enough on a file that I have on my phone to check that.
I think Persona 3 Portable was out after. Let me check. Let me double check before I go running off on that.
Well, Persona 3 is really good. Persona 3 is my favourite of Persona games. But there is stuff that could be improved with a remake. I really feel like Persona 3 Portable didn't come out after Golden. That doesn't seem right. That'd be crazy if that's right.
I wasn't gonna say Golden. Okay, that's why I'm getting confused. So in North America, it came out July 6th, 2000. And then was released only on PlayStation Network on September 22nd, 2012.
Right.
For Europe, y'all got it April 29th, 2011. And it was put on your PlayStation Network September 7th, 2011.
So America got it 2010.
Yeah, we got it physically in 2010 and then like available on the store in 2012.
Yeah. 2010 predates the Vita's release. 2012 would be after it, so yeah, that might be what you're thinking. Did it have selectable skills to inherit, though? I honestly don't remember.
What I was curious about...
Persona 3, 4, and 5, I never felt they were difficult enough to require me to pay attention to what skills are being inherited. Like, not like mainline SMT.
Yeah, so that's what I was curious about. I was trying to look up when Devil Survivor Overclocked came out, because that was... I think that was when we realized when the inheritable skills, like being able to choose them, was and Overclock was 2000 and August. That's interesting.
Okay, you could have
And
basically all of that, ChanceEm.
I hate... Why did I have to do that? What was the last thing I said?
You started cutting in a bit. Overclocked was released 2000.
Okay. So, Overclocked was released September 1st, 2011 in Japan, August 23rd, 2011 in North America, and March 29th, 2013 in Europe. I was looking up the dates, though, because I think we had realized that Overclocked was the first SMT game to let you choose what skills were inherited. And based off of that, Persona 3 Portable was released before Overclocked.
But does it have the choosable inheritable skills? Like, that's the big confirmation. Chances are, I feel like Atlas is going to keep milking Persona 5 for a while. When you play the... Oh, that's not good.
I do not think Persona 3 Portable has choosable inheritable skills.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't. Why do they have so many fucking turns? God damn.
Holy shit.
I feel like it doesn't either, but video games saying that it does, and I don't remember. And like I say, with how I play Persona 3, 4, and 5 anyway, I wouldn't have noticed. Now let's heal up. It's possible there's a ROM hack for it, but if it is, then I've not seen that ROM hack. But it is a ROM hack I would like to pick up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find an answer, and most stuff you end up finding are based for Persona 3 Fez. Even if you type portable. But
Alright, so I went down there. I jumped down here.
so I found something for Persona 3 Portable. And it says that this person says that they are used to Persona 4 Golden, where you could choose what skills to inherit. So trying to play through Persona 3 Portable, where you cannot do that, is difficult. That's a direct quote from one thing I found.
That means
So I'm going...
Devil Survivor Overclocked would be where that started.
Exactly.
Okay, what am I missing with this? I'd be interested in finding that ROM hack then, if that's the case.
I'm gonna pull up a map and see if there's anything based on the map alone that is different.
Is there a hole I've not jumped into?
Alright. I like how I finally find the map and you're like, oh, nope, I'm not over at the map anymore.
Oh, but yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video games. It is a fun game. It can be frustrating at times, and requires quite a bit of patience, but it's a lot of fun. And even still, like, there's not really anything else like it. Even within the series, nothing's quite hit the same way as Nocturne. Alright, Thoughts, Jensen?
I mean, it's basically the same way. If like there really isn't anything in the series that hits the same way that Nocturne does.
Dream seems to be dying.
Let me check.
Okay, stream's better now.
Yeah, stream's better now. So I was about to say it's up on my side, but it did drop to 480, and it's back to 720 now.
I also meant with the map, because you got the map up and sounded like you were looking at it.
Yes, I was looking. Sorry.
No, it's cool. For you video games, grinding generally isn't a big solution in mainline SMT. When you are stuck, the primary method of overcoming things is preparation. Find what the opponent is weak to, find what attacks they do, work to deal with that and counter all of it if you can. And to give yourself as much of an advantage as possible. You could grind 10 levels, and it may not give you a huge advantage over what you've had previously.
So, based on the second floor alone, you have everything discovered, it looks like, for this floor.
First floor?
First floor, let's see. First floor, you have everything discovered. I saw certain markers on the map, and I had to double check and make sure those weren't anything specific. Third floor, you are missing stuff.
Yeah, you can see on the top left bit there.
Mm-hmm. That's where you're missing it.
And fourth floor, I'm also missing stuff there.
Yes, you definitely are missing stuff on a fourth floor. And there's also an extra floor here that you haven't got to yet.
That makes sense. There's a connection point somewhere that I've missed.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the mannequins said I need to drop down a hole to find the collector mannequin, so he's our goal for the minute. So we'll run up here, jump into the... Mirage again, and we want to go back down to the first floor and work our way back up. See how that works out for us. Why haven't I been up here? As far as I can tell, this isn't blocked by anything to get here from one of the mirages. So why haven't I been through there? Is this a case of the obvious solution being on the map and I've just not been paying attention to it? Again?
Truth be told, I don't think so. There is a decent amount of jumping between mirages and the normal area, though.
Oh, I can imagine video games. One night, bad enough. 2 nights, that's enough to throw your sleep pattern out of whack. Alright, so let's jump through here. and hit this mirage. If we jump through there again, I should be able to get to that bit on the map. Final Fantasy dungeons are so much simpler than this.
That does remind me of something I wanted to bring up earlier, actually. Because we were talking about, like, the design of, like, older games. When we were going through the first, Kalpa? Or Kalpa?
Kalpa. Is it Kalpa?
Yeah. It might be Kalpa.
I don't like that.
Now I have to flip through the guide. It's like, have I been saying it wrong? Wouldn't be the first thing.
Okay, jump through this hole, that takes us back.
It is Kalpa.
Kalpa, alright.
But we were talking about how, like, older games just have a more organic style for their dungeons. They're more enjoyable to go through rather than just being like a decorated hallway. And in that regard, like, Final Fantasy 13 gets a lot of hate for that. But it's something that is prevalent in a lot of games nowadays.
I think the problem with Final Fantasy 13 was how all of it, that's why I haven't been further. Fucking gate. I had checked this. I think with 13 the problem is, like, it's all dungeon. And I said this back when we did Final Fantasy 13, like, it feels more like a dungeon crawler than a traditional JRPG. Which may be part of the problem some people had when going into it. That said, it's not a very good dungeon crawler.
If you had to choose a game as a, like, the best dungeon crawler you've ever played, what would you say?
Strange Journey would be up there. I wasn't really into dungeon crawlers when I played Strange Journey. And then I beat Strange Journey, so, you know, that says something.
Yeah, when it comes to dungeon crawlers, Strange Journey is basically, like, the main thing I think of.
What do you want in the video games? He doesn't? Like, isn't the point that Alucard's exploring the castle? And, like, you as Alucard are exploring the castle? And there's always the fixed points, like, the entrance, the castle keep, clock tower, and, like, the rest of it will shift around a lot. So we can't get down that way. Oh, succubus is poison. That's not good. As a kid, generally it's something I imagine the designers did not think about at all. Bearing in mind, Castlevania has always been pretty light on story anyway. With most things existing as excuses. Most story beats existing as excuses. There is also the thing of, like, would you expect a child to go through the entire castle? Because if you want to think about it logically in that regard, there's a good chance that Alucard was basically lived in a section of the castle rather than the whole castle. Yeah, pretty much. These stories are always just an excuse to get in there and explore and maybe fight Dracula. Okay, so I need to get to the other side to open this gate.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, you're on floor 4 right now, right? Yeah,
Nope.
are you... Is this Mirage floor?
No, this is standard.
Well, now you're on 3. Okay.
That'll take me down. That'll take me down. So we go down, and they both lead to the same place, so it makes no difference.
Where are you at on the 3rd floor? Because you switched before I could check. Alright, I see where that connects from now. Alrighty.
Yeah, there's no way back down to the 1st floor without going into the Mirage again. Which is interesting. Unless we go into the save point and teleport. Which might be an idea, actually. To do with the healing. Teleport to the big one, then teleport back to Ginza and use the fountain.
Mm-hmm. I like the Jack Frost. It's just like, don't fight me. I don't give you much experience.
Wasn't that Jack Frost apparently part of the mantra?
Yeah.
With
'Cause
the whole
basically
thing of
this
strength
area-
rules the weak.
Yep. Because, yeah, this whole area is basically everyone who fled the mantra came here.
And where the mantra kept its prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, back to the main teleport, the main point. And I'm going to teleport to Ginza. Definitely worth remembering, since we took out Hellbiker, we can do the second Kalpa now.
We can do the second Kalpa. You want to take that on right now.
Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. You say that it's interesting, video games. It's actually standard for Shin Megami Tensei.
At least mainline SMT.
SMT1 spends more time before Tokyo is destroyed, but like, most of the game is in destroyed Tokyo. SMT2 is a direct sequel to that. 4 has Tokyo after having been destroyed, or like something's happened to it. Not explicitly destroyed because there are still people there and there's the buildings and everything, but I'm not going to tell you what it actually is. Devil Survivor has Tokyo on lockdown because of a demon infestation. And by the end of it, Tokyo is devastated regardless of what you do. It's really just a question of, like, can people rebuild after that? Or, like, have you set it so they can't? Or how much do they have to rebuild? Devil Survivor has, like, probably the most endings of any game in the series. Honestly, I recommend checking out Devil Survivor video games. If you can pick up Devil Survivor Overclocked on 3DS, very much worth checking out. Just a chair in the middle of the room.
Yeah. I'm trying to look through the guide and, like, figure out where the collector mannequin is.
I'll work it out. Eventually. That's right, bitch, void. Okay, so... First
Oh,
this is
alright.
blocked. Collector Mannequin is not on this floor.
And it's like, thank you, that is helpful.
Okay, here's a 100 marker. Second floor, so we need to figure out... We have all of second floor. I haven't picked up Resident Evil 8 yet. Probably not going to pick it up for a while yet. But I do not have it yet. I've heard some people have been enjoying it, but I've also heard some people haven't. Divisive game. This game has instant kills. Oh, there we go, Naga's evolving.
Alright, what's our boy gonna turn into?
Dun 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 dun. Raja Naga. I don't think Resident Evil 2 has instant kills.
I mean, you're not far off, Clem. I vote that we rename Raja Naga to Raichu.
I mean, the question comes from, like, how you define instant kills. I don't think Hunters in RE1 can kill you in Fine, but they can in RE3. Alright, so let's take a look at what our boy can have. He can learn counter.
He has the Yonga. I double say that we, name him Raichu.
He has the younger to begin with.
He's Raichu. He's even orange like Raichu.
Yeah, let's get away from this Raichu comparison. In RE5, yes. RE5 has instant kills, Because it has a chainsaw, dude. Wait a minute. I've been over there in this side? Alright, I think I've got it.
All right. See what your plan is here.
Then we died from being attacked from behind and we never got to learn what the plan was. Y'all motherfuckers come up here trying this shit with me. Yeah. I only went through Revelations once. I haven't done it a second time. Yay, my vitality increased by 1. I feel like with bonuses like that, like it's always worth letting the Magatama rage. It's like, oh, what's the worst that'll happen? It'll curse you. What's the best that could happen? Permanent stat increase.
Yeah, I would take the permanent stat increase.
Yep.
Hey, look at that.
Apparently not. I guess that's the kind of person we're turning into. Honestly, Nocturne's soundtrack is really good. Some really good vibes. Really carries the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Shoji Meguro did a good job on this.
Hmm. Yeah, the issue was, like, looking at the map like this and not realising I hadn't been here. This part. On the Mirage side. And I guess I'll give him the spoon, because I don't have anything else I can figure out to do. Okay, what kind of spoon is that?
Yeah, I want to know what kind of spoon that is. I was like, can I have it? It was like, I had it before. Maybe I shouldn't have given it to you.
Okay, he jumps in the hole. Let's follow him.
We should have kept that spoon for ourselves and just, dig our own holes through this place.
Yeah, the mannequins aren't actually human. There's a handful of humans left alive at this point, and they are all important enough to be named. You could say, but Chrono, what about the old lady and the dude in the wheelchair? It's like, yeah, I know what I said. Did you really think they were human? Hmm. I wasn't saying to you, Chance, just like
well, now
in general.
we have.
You cut out a bunch there.
Oh, great. Well, all my settings on my side are showing stable.
Oh, you're fine now. And the mannequins are never seen in the regular world. The old lady and the little boy are. You see them before you go onto the roof, before the conception happens.
Mm-hmm.
After your first encounter with Hikawa. So you notice, since evolving, Rajanaga doesn't use a weapon anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He used to have a spear.
We got two people who are fisties.
Probably need to think about that, but...
Fisticuffs.
Pugilists.
Done? Two punchy boys. Yeah, see, video games gets it. We got two fisty guns in our party.
Actually, a fair point. Demi-Fiend is... I think the only protagonist of SMT that doesn't use guns or a sword.
I think that's also another reason that kind of like sets him apart from other characters in the series too.
He is very apart. There we go, that one lines up. So let's head this way. Yeah, Demi-Fiend is very unique. He also doesn't use a comp.
Meanwhile, I'm just getting like the thought from like Sailor Moon of like, I don't know how to use a computer.
But unlike every other character, he doesn't have one with him when the conception happens. And he also doesn't just happen to find one.
Unfortunately, the DS wasn't invented yet.
In Devil Survivor, the DS does look, the comp does look like a DS. If you play Devil Survivor Overclock, they changed it to look like a 3DS.
That was my reference. There's a lot of DS and 3DS games that actually did stuff like that.
Another code.
Yep. Or as it is in the US, Trace Memory. That was the other game I was thinking of off the top of my head that did it.
God damn it. I gave the guy a spoon and I have no idea where we're going now. Mario Kart DS was pretty good. Oh, those chunky first generation DSs that, you know, probably wouldn't fit into your pocket.
Yeah, the original DS I had was a first gen DS, and honestly, it's kind of like nostalgic in a way, that DS, but it definitely wouldn't fit in your pocket.
I had the DS Lite. At this point, I use my 3DS, because it'll do everything for the DS and also does like 3DS stuff.
Yeah, that's basically the same for me too. My DS Lite that I have is the Zelda DS Lite, and I already had to get it repaired once before, so I don't want to get it messed up any more than it already is.
Yeah, the shoulder button, the L button on my DS Lite isn't great.
Yeah, my 3DS is in that position now, where the joystick and the L button are messed up. It's still playable, it just gets frustrating at times. And I really need to look into getting it fixed, because it's the Zelda Ocarina of Time 3DS. But a part of me is tempted just to buy, like, track down a 2DS XL and just buy one of those.
I don't like the 2DS XL.
Well, the main reason I was thinking of for 2DS XL is, one, I want an XL version, and I don't use the 3D feature.
Yeah, Revelations was a 3DS game. Looks really good for a 3DS game. I say I'm not overly fond of the 2DS XL because I have one. And for playing on, I like the larger screen, and that's all it has going for it over my regular new 3DS. You still with us, ChanceEm?
I am.
Yeah. The speaker placement at the bottom isn't great. The speakers are also quieter on the 2DS XL.
That's weird.
The edges are sharper because it has the clamshell design again. Like, it's not a rounded edges.
Huh.
The edges are sharper and they can dig into your hands a little bit. I also get hand cramps on the 2DS XL that I don't get on like any other system.
That's also weird. Not something I would have expected.
It's not like I have big hands. I never really played Revelations on 3DS. I got it on PS3, I beat it on PS3. I did get it on 3DS after that, but never really played it. But yeah, if you have the option, ChanceEm, I would recommend a new 3DS XL.
Alright. I will look into that if I can.
Mm-hmm.
I know because they stopped production on the 3DS in general, secondhand stuff is frustrating.
Yeah. Supporting the 3DS my ass. Alright, ChanceEm, where am I going after this?
Alrighty, so I was waiting. Let me pull up the specific page again.
I feel like I did the logical ideas.
We talked to them. So something that's frustrating about the official guide for Nocturne is that the text is really tiny because the guide is like half the size of your average guide.
Oh, it's like one of those pocket books.
Yep, it is literally a pocket guide.
Oh, I know that feel in video games because Konami has done that with Castlevania 4 times.
I was gonna say, because you know what would be a great idea for a pocket guide? Something that's almost 400 pages long.
Ooh.
Alright. Light. Here we go. So something that you're actually needing to do is you need to open 2 of the shutters. If you haven't already.
I've opened all the shutters we could find.
Okay. Alright, so you need to use a wall on the 4th floor to go from the Mirage world to the real world. And there should be a pit there that you will take to the 3rd floor.
Ah, okay. I did a bunch of logical stuff with the different thinking. Like, oh,
And
he's
there's
just
also
left. Let me follow him.
yeah. There's also a shutter around there that you will need to open.
Yeah, like he went down, so I was like, okay, let me meet him on the other floors. I didn't think about catching him or following the hole he made in the regular world. That's my bad.
No, I mean, it gets confusing because there are the two different worlds you have to keep in mind of like, oh, well, this happened here, you know, how will this be affected in this other one?
Oh, Succubus leveled up.
Always good to level up your succubus.
Succubus attempting to change a skill. Will I let it happen? Yeah, you know what? Yes.
I was gonna say, maybe if she flutters her wings in a nice way and bats her eyelashes, we'll let it.
Well, it's more a case of, like, does she have any skills I actually need? But she was a fusion accident, so none of the skills she has were ones that I chose. So she changed life gain and life bonus into life gain.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. And the only thing she has that I wouldn't want to lose is Mazan. Oh, check it out. Eternal Rest. They call that Calm Death in Digital Devil Saga.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should try recruiting some of these.
I mean, like I said earlier, you're like team shirtless and they're shirtless, so
I'm sorry, your level is above mine?
really?
Apparently. Instant rejection.
Wow.
Unless that's just
Well,
what she says and you can't recruit her that way. Ah, this dual world gameplay. Eligor has been stunned. There we go. There we go, now we're on the opposite side of the shutter.
Yep.
I defeated Mizuchi. Wait, I get what he's saying. Need to defeat Mizuchi to get the item that he has, because you need the item to transit between
To get
the
out
two
of
worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the item.
Yep. That's like, well, you could have asked me for this item, but you asked me for a spoon instead. And this, kids, is why you should always make sure to consider all of your choices before you make a decision.
Mizuchi's on the floor above in the Mirage. I thought Mizuchi was the Naga we took out. I hate these praetors that wear masks and are thus considered separate enemies. They frustrate me. I don't need another Rachu. Okay, 5th floor. Went up.
Yep. Alright, I think you're good from here, so going to assume you probably don't need any guide help from here.
If we need to get back to the Mirage world, they open the shutter so we can get through there. But no, it should be fine. Thanks, ChanceEm.
No worries.
Hmm.
Going off of that thought, video games, now I'm just imagining like an SMT crossover with Resident Evil.
Yeah, as long as they do it better than the crossover they did with Fire Emblem.
Yeah, which, by the way, The other day was the 5-year anniversary of the meme of the whole they removed her vagina bones, if you're aware of that.
It feels like something I should remember if I'm aware of it, and I don't, so I'm gonna guess that I'm not.
So somebody, like some fan on Twitter or whatever, about 5 years ago when they did the announcement trailer for the English localization for Fire Emblem Tokyo Mirage Sessions, that's what it is. They got really angry about censorship because apparently in the English release versions of Tokyo Mirage Sessions, they took out the lines to indicate one of the female characters' pelvises, and also removed the line of cleavage on her chest, as well as, edited her top so that her bra wasn't a like side connector but was like a over the shoulder connector. And the comment the person made upon sharing the screenshots of what was in the original trailer versus what was in the English release announcement, they commented saying that they removed her vagina bones in regards to the censorship. And just their disregard of anatomy and everything is something that my friends quote all the time, because they're like, I can't believe somebody actually said this in response to like a change.
That would have been back when the big hatred against censorship, in quotation marks, in localization was going on.
Yep. But yeah, one of my friends brought it to my attention the other day of like, hey, look, it's the 5th year anniversary of when this comment first was made, and I was like, oh dear. But one of my friends is actually a nurse and works in a hospital and all that, so that's a part of the reason why they took that comment as being as hilarious as it is. Oh hey, I came along to the prison a while back. Oh, cool. I'm assuming that, like, when you get there, I'm just gonna be, like, hanging upside down, and I'm just gonna, like, wave at you and be like, hey, Satoshi.
Hey, I got caught again because I chose to go out on my own despite being completely unable to do anything.
It's like, I went out on my own because I thought I was strong, but unfortunately I don't have strength boner tats like you do.
But yeah, I want to make a point with Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE that, like, it sounds like I'm down on the game, and I'm not. I've not played it. I've heard it's pretty good as a game in itself. I'm just aware that the actual point of it, the crossover part, was really kind of underdone.
I have a friend who absolutely loves it and says it is one of the games that I really need to pick up and play. But I agree with you on that regard as well. Like, the crossover part was very under like done on it, because like the game itself, if you didn't know it was a crossover of SMT and Fire Emblem, you probably would have just assumed it was a regular game in and of itself. Like, it doesn't seem like a crossover unless you're actually really looking for things, which is very bizarre for a crossover.
Especially when it was originally marketed as Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem.
Yes. And what I mean by, like, small little details and stuff is, like, if you read Tokyo Mirage Sessions backwards, it spells out SMT. So there's the and then for the Fire Emblem part, you have the sharp FE. So, SMT sharp Fire Emblem. But it's like, it should be obvious that crossover in more ways than stuff like that. if they're gonna do a crossover.
Mm-hmm. The point I'm getting into, Teague, is not to focus on the actual censorship debate, because that's not going to go anywhere. Yeah, the prison being upside down is kind of awkward, and it has confused me a couple of times when looking at the map, because the map is still positioned the right way up. But we moved down to move to the upper floors.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm not into the whole censorship debate thing. It's just a phrase that makes me laugh because wrong anatomy.
There is the weird thing, though, of, like, if you want to argue Nintendo is censoring that kind of thing, meanwhile, you've got other games that are coming out completely uncensored on Switch. Like, there was the thing a couple of years ago of a game coming out completely uncensored on Switch, and Sony had banned it from being released on their platform.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what specifically it was, but there was a thing.
I don't specifically remember either, but I do remember like constant comparisons of games lately of like, this is what it looks like on PS4 and it's censored, whereas this is what it looks like on Switch and it's uncensored.
It's worth noting as well that all of the censorship, in quotes, of Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE that was done for the Western version, all of that is present in the Japanese version of the Switch release.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's fuck this boss up. Of course Mizuchi is a water snake. Why did I think Mizuchi was the Naga? Why did I think Mizuchi was the Naga? Didn't it say that it was Mizuchi? I don't know. Interesting. One of the Galgun games. Could be. That'd be interesting.
I'm not particularly sure which game it was either, but I do know, because I have been importing some games recently for Switch, that there's a lot more like visual novel games that are released on Switch, especially of the hentai variety, than you will actually find on PS4. Mainly
of course,
because they...
if you're actually after hentai visual novels, you want to go for PC.
Yeah.
Hey, Maya, you've missed the entire thing.
Hey, Maya.
We were just leaving by. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, because, you know, just gonna end the stream right at the start of a boss battle.
Fuck this boss.
Fuck this boss.
Fuck this boss.
End stream. We're out. Well, I mean, since we were joking about, like, censorship games and I made the comment of hentai games, if we're gonna fuck this boss, then, unfortunately I think we're gonna get banned from Twitch.
I think the problem is that this boss will probably fuck us.
I mean, not wrong.
More the case of, like, where would you stick your dick in with this thing? As opposed to this thing just slithering up your butthole.
Well, since we're doing a
do you really
strength
want
stat...
to continue that line of conversation?
Actually, I think I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say something, and then I'm like, actually, no.
Oh yeah, now that Sony's on top, like, the whole presenting a clean image, I get where that idea comes from, although you'd hope that the existence of the ratings boards would mean that Sony doesn't have to do that themselves.
Yeah. I mean, I was actually having this conversation with a friend yesterday because eBay came out and said that they're going to, as of June 15th, they are going to ban all NSFW material from being sold on the site.
But now will I get my mega huge dildos?
The irony of this, though, is that they said Playboy is still allowed to be sold on their site because it is considered a collectible.
Like this dick.
The announcement did actually specifically mention anime and manga that are rated with R18 and, certain ratings that are considered adult only. That those are specifically banned from the site. Yes, eBay said it was banning adult materials. And I was having this conversation with a friend yesterday about how a lot of places seem to be kind of taking on a puritanical, Puritan stance of things.
Vaginal. Vaginal stance. Motherfucker! Alright, someone put
Well,
the
that
death up.
In the arms of an angel.
Our God is an awesome God. Except
So
he really isn't.
I guess you're right, Chrono.
Punch him in the face.
Yeah, you're right. This boss kind of fucked us. Oops.
The good news is working out all of it. Weak to fire hits hard with ice, which unfortunately I was weak to at that moment. So let's go in, deal with the preparation. Somebody put the death in, please. And I will take care of this.
I got you.
Thanks, ChanceEm.
No
there we go.
worries.
This one, I think I didn't master this. Okay. Yeah. Enemy coming out and they're throwing down Bufu Dines, and we're still here throwing down, at best, one level 2 electric spell. I need to buck up my ideas.
Is it time for off-stream grinding?
Not yet. I do believe we can do this. Weak to electric. Spell. Weak to fire. Electric. Okay, null. I want null. Death. Electric. Force expel. Death. Ice. Electric. Expel. Curse. And mind. Okay, so we pull Unicorn in. Take out Eligor, put Unicorn in. It's a water snake. Rajat Naga will probably be fine. The biggest problem is only one person in the party has fire attacks. And that is me.
Which reminds me, Baphomet doesn't have fire, does he?
No, Baphomet did not come with fire.
That's so strange.
We didn't get Baphomet.
I thought we did. Oh wait, no, that was the
Fusion
fusion
extended to
mishap.
Succubus.
Apparently, we are not worthy of Baphomet's grace.
You say that, but then we got Succubus, who was 2 levels above Baphomet. Or 3. Succubus was 2 levels above us.
But Goat Daddy.
I always feel like Baphomet should be immune to fire because its head is on fire.
Meanwhile, I'm just like, he should cast fire because his head is on fire.
This is the only fire skill we have.
Well, it's a good thing that we learned that.
Yeah. Alright, so I think what we'll do is we'll take out this boss and call it.
It sounds good to me. I know that once our stream is done, I'm planning on cooking up a mean dish of curry. Need to have that dinner be a victory dinner.
Okay.
If I eat tonight, it all depends on if you beat this boss, Chrono. I need you to understand that responsibility.
Okay. Okay. Alright, let's do this. If it's focused primarily on ice, this shouldn't be overly difficult. It's a boss with a weakness. And how often does that happen?
I was gonna say, in a normal JRPG, pretty often. In SMT, oh, that's not a good thing to start with, Chrono.
That's a bit confusion as well. Oh, this might be a death.
Chrono seems dumbfounded.
Isn't it wonderful how absolutely useless Analyze always is on bosses? The enemies that you could most use it for?
Mm-hmm.
Aha! That's right, bitch, Void. Hey, Shaun CCC, welcome to the stream, buddy. That unicorn with Warcry took me so long to fuse. And also with Terrakarja, I think Rakukarja and Secunda.
I can't remember. Did you say it was like 30 minutes or an hour of just you backing in and out?
It was like 30 minutes. No, this is normal mode. And diorama succulents. Unicorn naturally has Rakukarja, which is a good thing, and I was very happy with it. Yeah, that is heavy damage.
Whew.
I hate light and dark attacks. Alright, let's work this.
Light and dark are rarely, like, useful. At least in how I play.
Yeah. Persona 5 has a decent thing of Curse, which is dark. It's death in that. We replace death with Curse. And Curse has spells that deal damage. So it's not just an entire element devoted to Mudo.
I am intrigued in playing Persona 5 whenever I can. It's also just the thing of, like, at the moment I don't want to drop $60 on a game that... Well, it's rare for me to want to drop $60 on a game these days, to be honest.
Yes, there's a lot of money.
I have seen my friend play a little bit of the beginning of the game, enough that I know that a certain character is a massive asshole.
Oh yeah, what's that? You keep voiding my ice attacks? Well, I'll just hit you then. Fine, I'll hit you back for more damage. Bitch. It's funny to me. I'll be honest with you, Shiner, I don't remember. That was back... Because we're doing this once a week. That was like 3-4 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Because that was during, You still have the other save from it, wasn't it? Because you did the comparison of, like, everything you did off-stream and how much time you'd put in.
Yeah, I do still have that save. Let's throw down a Medea. And a Chrono Punch. Okay, so no Kunda spells. In that case, I think it would have been Aquans. Aquans is the only element we have in the compendium. Okay, and another Tarot Carja. And I think that's probably max now. Yeah, it would have been Aquans.
Zen we recently regot. Didn't we?
What was that?
The other one that Shiner made a comment of like, but you still have one in your party.
Oh yeah, no, we only just got it. It joined us in a random battle. It was like, hey, please don't kill me. It's like, okay, I don't think I have one of these. Punch! Oh, that's good damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't talk with it. It came up to me during a battle. I bought Aquans from Rags. I remember that. Yeah, this is good. Just keep attacking. That Glacial Blast is nasty.
Ooh, nice crit.
Thank you. Heal Izumi. Anything else? Nope. Okay, punch. Punchy boys. Am I getting bigger? Wow, a world record run of this? Oof. With how much I feel like this game relies on luck, presumably you're doing a lot of potential AI manipulation, that is a fascinating concept. But thank you for the good luck, Shiner.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
This isn't my first playthrough, but it's my first playthrough in a very long time.
And it's my fault that he's having to do this, because I redeemed points for him to do a true demon ending.
Honestly, if I didn't want to do it, I wouldn't be doing it.
Well, fine then, I'll just leave.
Yeah, this is what you want. It's what you want to do. Really, that is interesting. Well, then I guess world record runs are often very different from standard runs in the way they approach the mechanics of everything. I'd be curious to see that after we've done this.
Mm-hmm. I would be very curious too.
Thank God we gave Unicorn me Patra. And by God, I mean not God. Running away from Hellbiker? You can run away from Hellbiker?
Yeah, I didn't know you could run away from Hellbiker. We actually just fought him on this stream. I was like earlier on in the stream.
I would not have assumed you could run away from a boss. That's like in Resident Evil 3. when you've got the Nemesis fight on the tram. And I learned years later that you don't have to fight Nemesis on the tram. You can turn around and go through the door you came in, and that ends it immediately. And it's like you'd never think to do that because that would never work in any other Resident Evil game. Really, I was not aware of that.
Huh.
That is pretty cool to know.
That is really cool to know. It's like a number of these things that you wouldn't expect to work, or either like it's something that game devs just overlooked.
Yay, critical.
Nice.
That's right, I'm getting bigger. Nope, my fists are getting bigger. Get ready for the mecha fist. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't have expected an NA% run to go for True Demon. Not only having to do all the themes, but also the entire labyrinth. Man, playing this game enough that you're comfortable with a lot of those fights. I don't think I could play an RPG that much, especially one as long as this. You say world record run, Shiner. What is your record? Because I'm not really aware. My asthma. I'm not really aware of
Nice.
The numbers. The mirage is disappearing, and then I land on my head.
Also, because you beat this boss, this means I get to eat dinner tonight.
This is good stuff. God damn, 7
1 sec.
hours? Second person ever to get sub 8. That's impressive. Sub 15 I would consider impressive. Sub 20 I would consider impressive. Sub 8, god damn. That's really cool stuff. Oh, there's a bunch of chests here. Yeah, that's all good. We seem good at the minute. This is a door. I haven't met this mannequin before. Get a second or third for hard True Demon ending. Can't imagine how hard this would be to run in a language that you don't understand. Unless you do understand Japanese. ChanceEm, you want to voice this mannequin? ChanceEm?
Alright. I was trying to give a pause because all the dogs were barking and stuff, because they were getting fed at the moment, but I think they've calmed down.
Alright, that's fair enough.
Alright. You're...
Interestingly enough, Teak, who is in here at the moment, has actually played through the Super Famicom version of Dragon Quest III recently. He found it quite enjoyable. That's impressive, like learning a new language to speedrun. That's crazy.
And actually, I wanted to comment because the mic was off during it, but 7 hours is really impressive. Like, even for, like, not just this game, but for a lot of games, like, I have to give, like, serious props for that. That's really cool.
Imagine how much work it takes to play this game enough to get the time down that far.
I mean, I've tried speedrunning a few Tales games before, and like even then, like struggling to get under 10 hours is a pain in and of itself. And I know I'm not close to like the record on some of them.
No, really simple characters make noise without knowing the meaning most of the time. That's fair enough. Knowing enough to get by is still impressive, like being able to recognize the characters.
Yeah, I'm similar in that I can recognize a couple characters, but I stopped my self-teaching studies of Japanese when I was furloughed because I got lazy, and I've been meaning to get back into it. So, but anyways,
Yeah, let's continue this because we've been going for 5.5 hours now. 4-player co-op segmented Tales of Symphonia run.
Holy crap! You're a human? No, a demon? I see. You are the demi-fiend. I prophesized. Very interesting. Thank you for defeating Mizuchi. Now, we can finally escape from this prison. My name is Futa Mimi. You may know it already, but I can see into the near future. I've been waiting for you to come and save us. You who are both human and demon. You may be interested to know that there is a young man trapped in the other room.
No, I don't really care.
Hi, that's probably me over in the other room.
I don't really care.
Help. I have to fight back against, like, Chiaki's denim regime. We can't let her, like, turn everything into denim. It seems
70 segments. Oof.
It seems he came to see me, but he was also caught.
I could not work up the amount of dedication to run a game that many times to be able to do it that well. Especially not something as involving as an RPG.
I think the most I've ever played a game through is probably around 9 times at most. 70 times, holy crap.
It's not 70 times, 70 segments. 70 pieces, which then combine to make the full run.
Okay, now I get what that means. I see. He is your friend.
Oh no, I get that. It's just my attention span. I like to be moving on to new things rather than always redoing the same thing. Because my attention span just can't keep focused on that kind of thing.
You should see him, then. I sense a strange energy in him.
Sitting down and beating Tales of Symphonia in one sitting.
I am worried about the other mannequins, so I must be going. Thank you again for saving us.
Cool, bruh.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, that's right, we got a new Magatam. Let me check what that is. Higher level ice skills.
As far as trying to beat a game in a single run, I almost did it with Tales of the Abyss. I had to do that in two sittings.
Didn't you do that in
That
like
was
6 sittings?
I was about to say that is not the one I streamed.
Oh, okay.
The one I streamed, I was going for 100%. In which case, that turned into like 71 hours. When I was actually trying to go for a speed run of it, it was Tales of the Abyss. I was at 11 hours and 1 minute. But I messed up in a few places because it's not easy to always skip a cutscene. Well, look who we have here. Satoshi. Don't tell me you came to save me. You're way too late.
I mean, I'm not, because, you know, the thing calling you prisoner was alive until I just killed it. Yeah, no, fuck you, I'm gonna talk back.
What are you pissed off for? It's not like you went out of your way to help me.
Look, the fact that I literally couldn't go anywhere else isn't the point.
It's obvious I can't count on you or Miss Threat anymore.
Okay, so you are having issues.
No one's gonna help me in this world.
Dude, if you had just come with me, we could have worked together, but you're the one who kept wanting to go off on his own. After getting
Look.
smacked in the head with Thor's hammer.
Look, getting smacked in the head by Thor's hammer is probably the reason why I'm like, I can't think straight anymore.
I have the damage. And unfortunately, the only hospital still existing in the Vortex world is a mess.
I'll have to survive on my own. When this world was created, I heard a voice that told me to search for the truth.
Did it tell you to reach out to the truth?
At the time, I didn't know what that meant.
Don't ignore me. Come over there and I'll knock that hat off your head.
Look, you can't take my hat. It is my symbol for my passion for fashion, my reason for what I'm about to do.
I'm gonna burn the hat.
You burn the hat and you burn the dreams of Lace. Lace that will defeat Chiaki's denim.
Look around you. Look at the Vortex world. There are no dreams that come true here.
I can still dream if I want.
That's cool, but reality will be waiting for you when you open your eyes.
Now you're just trying to be philosophical. Look, when we got into this world, this kid was like basically just chasing after like our teacher. And now you're telling him that he has to abandon his teacher.
No, he's saying he has to abandon his teacher.
No, now I'm turning it on you. You're making me abandon my teacher.
Well, at that point, you're just refusing to accept the blame for anything you do.
Why do I need to if my plan is just to like create lacy underwear?
Because you don't have the strength to do that.
I understand why Chiaki doesn't like the world of Lace then. Lace is not strong enough against her denim.
No, denim is tough. Brilliant.
But while I was locked up in this room, I came to realize truth isn't something other people can give you. You have to find it within yourself.
And then 5 years later, Persona 4 came out.
Wait, are you telling me that basically we're going to be fighting the shadow versions of our friends soon?
If we leave this long enough, will this just tear the skin off his palm?
Well, See all of y'all in about 24 hours from now. And I opened the way without anybody's help. The Amala network. What I'm looking for is in there.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't go in there alone.
The great power that'll lead me to the truth.
Yeah, that great power is not going to help you.
It's calling me.
It's going to eat you.
It's calling me, Chrono.
Only like an anglerfish calls its prey.
Peace out, bro.
Well, he's gone.
I was never heard from again.
But that is a terminal that I can't access.
The game was like, you want to save? Too bad. You gotta get back down to the ground floor.
No, I don't. There's a save point right there. What up, mannequins?
I have come again to thank you once more.
So if you put your HUD up, would you look the same as all the others?
No, those are just his backup dancers. See how they're twitching?
He is kind of stood like a JoJo character.
We mannequins plan to leave the area. Together, we will find a way to live. Let me prophesize your future as a token of my gratitude.
Ah, this says prophecy.
Let me prophesy your future.
But it's
Yeah.
spelled with an S instead of a C, so is that actually a different word? With a different connotation?
See, now you even got him being like, a man at Ginza.
You know, I appreciate you giving me directions, because I don't know where the fuck I'm going anymore.
It seems that there is a man waiting for you at Ginza. Go and see him.
Oh god, you know who that's going to be, don't you?
We must get going now. Again, thank you so much. Are you
Oh,
gonna say
bye.
hi to Frank F. again?
Probably.
Now, if you'll excuse us.
Oh,
I like how
yes.
it's like he put the other mannequins out while you just stood there and just watched them as they like just leave the building. You're just stuck in your own thoughts, just trailing out while you watch them.
I think it was more a thing of like, okay, you wait here, we're gonna leave. Don't walk with us, because then it'll be awkward, because we already said goodbye. Alright, so let's save it, and then we'll head to Ginza. It'd be worth doing that now, because I'll forget that we want to go to Ginza next time.
Mm-hmm.
I do appreciate them giving us directions, though, because like, after Kabukicho Prison, where else would we think to go? There's the second Kalpa in the Labyrinth of Amala, but that's not progress. Not yet.
It's just throwing like all the characters at me that I'm the one to voice at the moment.
Yep.
Hey, Satoshi. Looks like you're doing alright.
Why are you still alive? Go walk on some damage tiles.
That's gonna be my new insult for people, is just go walk on some damage tiles.
You know.
How did you know I was here?
Would you believe somebody who isn't really a man told me?
I heard what Hikawa did. I didn't think he would wipe out the monster completely.
Really? What about him gave you the impression that he wouldn't wipe them out completely?
Man, that nightmare system. It's more powerful than I ever imagined.
The power of this fully operational nightmare system.
But I haven't given up just yet. If he makes a move, it may give us some more clues. I accidentally added a word in there. My bad.
If he makes a move, how will we know?
Maybe we can figure out where the nightmare system is located, or more about the maiden. Too bad this terminal is under Nihilo's control.
Then why have I been able to use it freely?
I can't do much digging without raising a red flag. We need to find a terminal that Nihilo doesn't know about.
Well, you know, there's all the ones in the Mantra territory.
Remember those mannequins that were enslaved by the mantra? I heard they're rebuilding the town of Asakusa.
I literally just left the mannequins. How do you know this?
Telepathy? Maybe there's a terminal over there that Nihilo's unaware of. With the mantra out of the way, you should be able to get to Asakusa. It's way too dangerous for me to come along, though.
Of course it is, because then you'd be doing something.
See, he just needs people to fund his Patreon, and then maybe he'll actually tag along with us.
He's not going to tag along. It'll be like the
If
Spoonie movie.
Look, if he gets 100 Maka, at least, on his Patreon, maybe he'll come along.
It'll be like the Spoonie movie where he was getting enough... He hit the goal of that much money a month to make the Spoonie movie, and then it never happened.
You gotta buy the Nocturne HD DLC to get him to come along. That's what we gotta do.
Yeah, I don't want him to come along. I want him to die in a damage tile.
Go walk on a damage tile. I was about to call him Hijiri, and then I'm like, wait, that's not right.
Oh, it's Frank F. Johnson.
Frank F. Johnson needs to go walk on a damage tile. I'll see what I can do with this terminal.
We don't actually have a good reason of why Nihilo doesn't know about all of the terminals in the Mantra territory. Like the one Chance just disappeared into.
Yeah, I just kind of went, see ya bitches, and like, peace out.
I mean, as far as we know, that one's not even connected to anything. We couldn't actually look at it ourselves.
It was blue, so probably it's Nihilo. Or Nihilo, or whatever. Wait a minute. I completely forgot about you. Hey, do you feel like going to Asakusa?
No, I feel like going to Nix's bar and getting plowed.
If you can get there and contact me through the Amala network, it'll make my job much easier.
Of course it will, because you're not going to do any work yourself.
I'm sure you're strong enough to make it to Asakusa. So, will you do it for me?
I'm going to kill you one day.
I like how the option is I'd rather not. Come on. You're not gonna let Nihilo have things their way, are you?
If you were going to try and guilt me into this, why did you even give me the option of saying no?
I'll tell you everything I find out there about Nihilo and the maiden.
Why do I hate this guy so much? Like, that's an actual question. Why did I decide to hate this guy?
I'm trying to think back, and I don't remember why. I think it was more so just like awkward dude hands us a cult magazine in the middle of a park and it's just like, oh yeah, shit's going down. And then like he kind of just forced himself onto us as, hey, I'm your buddy, do what I say.
Ah yes, the Junpei method of being friends, where you end up the most hated person in the game.
Most importantly, we have to stop Hikawa. Going, case closed.
Yeah, cool story. How do you plan to make me if I say no?
Well, obviously the Demi-Fiend hasn't completed his vacation to the world of Digital Devil Saga yet, so he hasn't learned about cannibalism.
I don't need to meet people to get stronger. I just need to punch them in the face.
I'll be waiting then. I'll be waiting for you to punch me in the face. You should check out the tunnel in East Wow. Tongue twist moment.
Ikebukuro.
Ikebukuro. Thank you, Chrono. You should check out the tunnel in East Ikebukuro. If the rumor is true, it'll take you to Asakusa. I'll be working on this. You'll probably have more luck than me. I'm counting on ya.
Alright, let's do the
Meanwhile-
healing and then East Ikebukuro. Oh, Eligo's
Yeah.
gone.
Huh.
I didn't realise that.
I was gonna say that he's like, I'm gonna work on this terminal, and meanwhile he just stares at it.
I haven't come back at all since they left the headquarters. Check Nyx's bar.
And not purely because you want to get plowed.
Oh, because like, look at the place. Empty.
It's empty.
Nyx is still here.
Got
Loki's
souls.
gone.
Yep.
Ah, the maiden.
Ah, boy.
Not coming back. Yeah, so I guess the mantra really is done now.
Yeah, we kind of, like, screwed the mantra over, I guess. Why is the door locked if Loki isn't here?
Because he locked the door.
We'll tell Loki to be less responsible.
As a point, I think Nyx will actually give you directions if you ask her. Yeah, no, I might be making shit up. Oh no!
However, will we defeat the... Oh, we defeated them.
That was weird. That Pyrojack took a punch.
Well, you gotta make sure Jack Frost is a little stronger. He's the mascot.
No, I mean... No, Pyrojack. Pyrojack took a punch. Survived. Took 2 hits to take him down. The demons in this area shouldn't be strong enough for that.
I mean, you still took him out in one turn. I'm guessing maybe there's a little bit of a, like, system of the demons leveling with you.
No,
Not
I don't
on, like,
think
a-
so.
Not on a huge amount, obviously.
My thought is like maybe they replaced the demons. Okay, so the place we're going to has to be Ikebukuro Station.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still here? Okay. But if the mannequins are all gathering in one place that isn't underground, and apparently plenty of people know about it, that'll make them prime targets for demons after Magatsuhi.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So that's probably not going to end well. You gotta love the thing with Chance of, yeah, no, I'll run off on my own to find that guy who tells prophecies. Oh no, I got locked up. Well, this is everyone else's fault, and I guess I have to rely on myself. Okay.
It is a... There's some decisions that the characters make here that I'm just like, I don't follow your logic.
Yeah, there's no rationality behind a lot of it. Which, I guess, does make a kind of sense. But you feel like they should be sticking with the main character more. Like in SMT 1, you've got the Law Hero and the Chaos Hero, who are major party members, and grow with you, and then decide to leave on their own for their own reasons, but they've grown with you.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Alright, Ikebukuro Station. Alright,
Isn't that
birds.
the same for SMT4? Like, they kind of tag along with you, depending.
Yeah, they're with you for most of the game, Walter and Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
Which you could say is a spoiler, I would say it's on the cover of the box.
Yeah. And it's very obvious if you talk to them which is which, and I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, the opening of SMT4 kind of helps with that too.
Oh, I'm glad they opened the tunnel, because it wasn't open the last time.
Cool, now we can get on a train.
I took the midnight train going anywhere.
So to say the guy looks like he's doing finger guns.
Bow,
Like the
bow.
soul is just like, hey.
Passage at the end of the station goes all the way to Asakusa. So, am I walking on the train tracks?
You know you can't do that. Walking on train tracks is dangerous.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll punch a train.
Oh, I see. You learned the CyanceEm method of taking care of trains.
Cybin?
Is it CyanceEm? Am I forgetting? Am I getting names mixed up?
I've never heard anybody pronounce that as Cybin. I've heard Sabin and Sabin, not Cybin. It's weird.
Okay, well, I'm glad to know that I'm not getting names mixed up, and I'm going to blame like South U.S. education system again.
Oh, did they localize it differently for the South?
I don't have a reply to that, but just
You haven't replied to that because that was the sickest burn.
look, it's everyone else's fault that I can't pronounce things right. I'm gonna go run away into the Amala network because I can't depend on anyone but myself.
Except you've also proven multiple times you can't depend on yourself.
Look, getting smacked by Thor's hammer was an accident. Stop bringing it up.
Oh, and getting caught was by fucking Mizuchi was an accident as well.
Look, you're expecting me to be able to fight a water snake. Do you know how hard those things are?
No, you're expecting you to be able to fight a water snake. Because if you didn't think you could, why did you go alone?
Because only I can defend myself. I can't depend on anyone else. Just me.
I think it's weird that Isamu's reason isn't chaos. Like, is further from chaos than Chiaki's with reasoning like that.
It kind of is. Like, I guess in a sense, his reasoning feels neutral. So, what's wrong?
Need light.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, continue.
But his reasoning feels kind of neutral to me. Because instead of aligning himself with, like, either goal, he's going by himself.
Oh no, not Kodama's. No, it's so far away to the nearest shop as well, but I know if I don't go and buy a shitload of them, it's going to be a real issue.
It's gonna be a real issue, and if you don't do it now, you'll forget next time.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to run back again next time.
I wanted to end like half an hour ago, at least. I was hoping I'd just find a save point down here. Maybe I will. Maybe there'll be a save point down here. Like a proper terminal. You know what? You've got the map. Is there?
Yeah, I was like, I have the map. Why don't I just check this real quick? Let's see.
Let's not leave this up to chance, and instead leave it up to chance.
Look, leaving it up to chance is always a good thing. Except for when it's left up to me.
Why is this going to go badly?
Alright, we were just there.
For those wondering, ChanceEm Gaming owns the official Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne strategy guide.
I do.
Go round to his house to steal it.
Don't do that. So from what I can look at here, I do not see a terminal.
Oh, god damn it.
At least not one that's, like, nearby.
Going off this map. Ikebukuro Tunnel B2. If there isn't one, that's a real issue, because the nearest one is in the Mantra headquarters.
Let me check one thing real quick. So I take it back. There actually is a terminal near you.
Down there.
It is. It is on B2.
Okay. Top path or bottom path?
Bottom path.
The one on the left. Alright, let's do it. What do you want, Kalpa?
See, one thing about the maps in the guide is that some of the symbols look kind of similar to each other, and that's what got me confused originally. Because there's like, because for like the icons, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 different icons that are black with blue symbols in them, and one of them is for the terminals.
You think they'd use different colours for that?
You would think.
They've seen the guide, like they have different colours.
Yeah, most of the colors that they use in the guide are light blue and orange, and then dark blue and red.
Oh, the 4 Oni that were in the mantra, but then left. So yeah, when they say it's dark, they don't kid that it's dark. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
No, I do not have a spare chakra drop. I should probably get more chakra drops. Do the Marzan. And then punch. And do some more punch. Yeah, punch. Alright. So we're sure it's on this path?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
It is
Right there. Awesome.
right there. Yep, I was like, you're close to it.
Alright, let's get in there and save it. And it's a proper,
Alright.
proper terminal, so... head back to Ginza real quick and buy a lot of light balls. Also, maybe consider some float balls. Do they sell float
Yeah,
balls?
that probably would be a good... Probably be a good thing to pick up.
Eh.
What?
Not jewels. Is there actually a shop here? There isn't. God damn it.
You would expect there to be in this area.
I got the place. I got the jewelry mixed up. Welcome back, Ox. I can't believe we're still going.
Well, then again, we were planning on quitting like half an hour ago.
Yeah, but then stuff came up that's like, I don't want to forget this, so let's go and do it now. Like, Nocturne got surprisingly forthright with a lot of information all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
We had to get Chiaki and Isamu like getting in and being like, hey, these are our reasons. Side
Oh,
with
I
us,
don't
or-
mean that. I mean, it's like, yeah, no, go here. And, like, it did that, like, 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's your favorite guy.
No. Meanwhile, Chrono is just like, literally give me every single light ball you own. Oh, you can't buy 99.
20 is probably enough.
I would hope 20 to be enough.
Yeah, I hope it's float ball, levitates the entire pile, let's buy 19.
That way you'll have 20 in your possession.
Pretty much, make it a round number. Let's buy 4 more of these. This charm, this stone, this mute. And then nothing to deal with panic, stun, or whatever the other one is. Yeah, we've been going for a while on this, haven't we?
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, 6 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Disregarding, you know, drops and whatnot.
No, I've got the recording time here. Like 6. It's just past 6 hours now. Time flies when you're exploring the Vortex world. I would like
Time
a drink.
flies when you need to, you know, punch some things.
Punch everything. Alright, so the good news is we come back next week in Ikebukuro Tunnel, and every direction is somewhere we haven't explored.
Yeah, it'll be somewhere like we don't have to worry about like, oh god, which direction did we go last week?
Because we have the map.
We do.
But yeah, that is going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for joining us. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. The chat is always the best part of the stream. We had quite a few people in there today. Ox, Mayor, Shiner, Teak, Lim. Excuse me. Video games. Well, we had other people. But I can't see any. If you were in the chat, thank you for joining. I apologise for not getting your name, but you were very much appreciated. And of course, big special thank you to Ox for the raid. Definitely check Ox out. He's a super cool dude. We'll do the shout out for Ox. Check out Ox. He's a cool dude. He plays video games. And of course, definitely check out our buddy ChanceEm Gaming. ChanceEm, you want to plug yourself before we go?
I was gonna say, like I mentioned earlier, I like to play a variety of different games, but lately I normally stick with RPGs. Like in general, stick with RPGs. But typically, if you like RPGs, you like Zelda, you like Animal Crossing, that's the type of stuff I tend to play over on my channel. So.
And of course, thank you to ChanceEm for being here, keeping me company, especially for this stupid long stream.
Oh, thank you for having me. I do very much appreciate tagging along for the SMT stream.
Good stuff. We'll drag you back in when we do Strange Journey.
That'll be fun.
Or you could do Strange Journey, and I'll join you for that. I don't know. We'll work out who's doing Strange Journey.
Because I wouldn't mind doing, like, going through the SMT series.
Oh, the co-op run. That could be fun. Anyway, we are going to go and raid our buddy Megumi the Great, who is a super cool streamer who is currently playing Tales of Zestiria.
And tomorrow is her birthday, so it's like... want to go ahead over and be like, yo.
So yeah, definitely check out Megumi. She's a cool person. She's currently playing through Tales of Zestiria, Ars Anelico 2, Kingdom Hearts 2, and did she finish World of Final Fantasy?
She finished World of Final Fantasy. What she does on Fridays
She's doing
now
dot
is
hack,
actually...
yeah.
Yes, she does dot hack infection.
She's currently working her way through the dot hack series, beginning with Infection. Presumably, she's going to play all of them. Because, like, why would you start part 1 without going through the other 3 parts?
Yeah, she got a redemption for GU and decided she was going to go through all the first 4 on PS2 and then go through GU after that.
There you go. If you're into dot hack, she's playing 8 dot hack games. So check her out. She's a cool dude. But yeah, in the meantime, once again, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. Big special thanks to everyone in the chat, Ox for the raid, and ChanceEm for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be going to Megumi. Let me cancel this so I can finish talking. Oh, did it already go?
I think it went.
Oh well, let's wrap up for the YouTube then. Yeah, we're back on Tuesday, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, with the conclusion of Time Spinner. So yeah, but with that, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care.
Take care, everyone.
We'll catch you next time, guys.